me last? Never mind, we'll keep it moving. All right.
Eric, why do you say you're Jewish? What do you mean by
Don't
that?
say that. It's a mistake. Do not do it. I'm telling you. Stay Christian. Change
Whoa.
your name.
Whoa.
Go back to Christianity. People don't want to help Jews out in this business. Trust me.
Oh, I don't believe.
You want to believe? Why do I only have 87,000 followers?
That's
so
a lot.
funny.
That's a lot of followers.
No, it isn't. I rent. Where's my home? Where's my Prius? I drive my mom's car.
Justin Bieber's Jewish, and he has like 65 million Twitter followers.
Oh,
Jewish?
yes.
Is Justin Bieber really
I'm
Jewish?
sorry for being weird tonight, guys.
You know, speaking of Justin Bieber, Eric, you said you got some new hair. You look at what I like. You got like Justin Bieber hair, but then like Tommy Lee Jones pockmarks.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I doubt it, but thanks.
Just an observation. Phil Fleck.
Eric, what's been happening lately with your life? Have you been doing a lot of spots? You're working at a Mexican restaurant?
All of the above.
Yeah, I love that you promo a restaurant in City Walk in your act, by the way. Like, it's almost like you want people to go there. You're waiting tables there? What are you doing there?
Just food runner.
Just a food run.
Who's your favorite comedian? Don Rickles of all time.
Yeah.
What?
Don Rickles. I love the Dave Martin roast.
Who's your favorite actor?
James Stewart.
Jesus.
Okay. And Gary Oldman.
All right. So like modern day. Yeah.
Modern.
Gary Oldman.
He doesn't know what the word modern means, bro.
I like Daniel Day-Lewis, Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
Only guys with 3 names.
Say
Daniel Day-Lewis, Billy Bob Thornton, Harvey Lee Oswald.
What made you become a comic?
Hey,
What were you doing before this?
hey,
I was at
Billy Bob Thornton here. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How you doing?
Hey, it's nice to have a fan.
What's that?
It's nice to have a fan like you.
Oh, yeah.
Billy Bob Thornton right here.
For those of you that know what Billy Bob Thornton actually sounds like, that's what he sounds like.
It sounds
Jeremiah is an amazing impressionist. But one of the funny things about Jeremiah is he really only does great impressions of people that people sort of know.
Yeah,
It's like
very obscure people that I do.
Watch as Richard Grieco. It's amazing. And Chopin will get you. He'll kill you.
Well,
So funny.
Eric, you did it again. You came in and, you can pretty much say anything with that voice and it's half entertaining. Next time, do some new material and wear some new material. Get a better shirt. That looks like something that only belongs on maybe like a bathroom floor mat or something like that.
I would wear a cowboy hat.
No.
I'd go for it.
No, I feel like...
What do I know? Okay, never mind. I don't know anything. My instincts are wrong. Don't wear a cowboy hat. Don't listen to me. I only created ridiculousness in Chelsea lately. Michael Strahan, Jeff Dunham, Stephen A. Smith, Mike Goldberg from UFC. But what do I know?
Hey, you created Jeff Dunham?
Yeah. Fuck yeah, I did.
How about his puppets? Was that him or did you do that?
Doesn't matter. Jeff Dunham, I helped out when he's huge out. He wasn't huge about 8 years ago. Bottom of the barrel. He would come on Fox Sports, and I pushed that guy. Laugh. Next thing you know, he's back on Comedy Central. Huge specials, $30 million a year. But that's how I live my life. I visualize that. But what do I know? I only sold the show to HBO, Comedy Central, Adult Swim, but I don't know anything.
Brody Stevens, everybody. I love it.
Brody Stevens.
Passionate tonight.
Didn't Jimmy, the owner of the Laugh Factory, tell you to wear a cowboy hat?
Yeah.
Tony?
Yeah, he did.
You strike me as, in a good way, somebody who seems to be a little bit underwater. So maybe call your special Underwater.
It's true.
You're welcome.
It's true. I can see that.
Hello?
For a guy that doesn't...
2 million. Call me when you're serious. Same joke, but 2 million added.
Fuck yeah, everybody. Eric, how do you feel about what you did here tonight?
Well, other than that last joke being a repeated one, it was fun. I felt...
That why the hipster across the road joke. That's a great joke.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
I kind of feel like if you can write like a minute of funny material, you can write an hour of funny material. And the only difference is effort and daily attendance. How do you write?
Well, when I'm
I
over...
just think of things with my brain.
This may come as a surprise, but
It hurts. All of a sudden, I know when I feel that spark. All of a sudden, I take my crayon out of my pocket and I find like a nearest bathroom stall wall or something like that. Because sometimes I forget the idea within a few seconds. All right.
there you have it right there.
That's a good impression of you. But how do you write?
I take my bibs and
God damn it.
I write it in the dirt sometimes.
Well, if I get to talk, I'll be more than happy to tell you. Little birthday boy, stop interrupting me.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, listen to the Mexican calling that one out. Just fighting words. Fuck yeah, man, thank you. The Mexicans love watching two white guys fight. Eric, what the fuck was the question? Oh yeah, what is your writing process?
I usually sit there.
Oh, that's it.
God.
All right.
All right, thank you. Y'all have been fun.
No, you're gonna stay.
Tell us.
You're gonna stay.
Tell
with it.
us.
Can I?
Yeah.
I usually like to sit in the car and listen to classical music. There's a classical station on FM, a little college radio. And
That's why I mentioned Chopin.
Sometimes I write
when
when
there's a Amadeus Mozart hour.
Sometimes I write when I'm in the shower, where I take one once every couple months, and that's where a lot of the good ideas come to me. Sometimes also when I'm taking a shit, either on a toilet or on a
That's actually true. You know, I write when I shit.
All right. Well,
It is true?
keep doing it.
Yeah.
It could be funny.
That's the universe telling you that some of them should be flushed down the toilet. Because he said he writes on the toilet, you fucking idiots. Not a groaner. Really smart. You didn't give it the credit it's due. I'm with Brody on this one. I think this crowd's a little shady. A little bit weird. Like, that's not a groaner. But I guess, you heard that Hillary Clinton joke. What was that again? You repeat that very first joke that sort of fell flat?
A couple months ago, Hillary Clinton announced her candidacy for the Oval Office, as we call it in Mississippi. Oh, shit.
Now, what does that mean exactly? You call the
Well,
Oval
it's a
Office
rest day. Figure it out.
because because she's a Democrat.
There you go. You got it.
Wow, you seem furious right now. Really defensive about this Hillary joke.
You've been making fun of him for 20 minutes. Tell me
I think you can tweak that joke, but I'm not sure how.
Hey, you need to lay off my buddy Eric over here, okay?
Right.
Hey, man, you need to calm down, Tony. He's a good American man from Mississippi, okay?
Wow, not only is it Billy Bob Thornton, it's also Hank Hill, everybody.
Hey, I actually do the voiceover for Hot Hill. So that boy ain't wrong.
Whoever you want the impression to be of, that's what Jeremiah's really good at. Fuck yeah. You have any other ones that you want to do? And just let us guess who it is.
Well, I noticed that Brody Stevens
Oh, that's a good one.
And at Michael Cain's House of Cains, you can find any kind of cane. And that's just it. Brody Stevens. Listen,
That's a good one.
I like that.
Michael Caine.
Billy, is it the Family Guy? Billy, somebody from King
King of the Hill.
I thought of that.
say family
Or King of the Hill, right?
Warburton.
I want to let you guys know.
See, Patrick Warburton is one of his big ones. You see what I mean? Like, he known from like 7 episodes of Seinfeld. And
I thought of that Hank Hill thing a while back. I didn't say it because I didn't feel confident. So I want to let you know what goes in the mind of a comedian. I held back. When I do an hour and 15 minutes in the main room, you think I hold back? I don't hold back at all. And I keep audiences till 2 in the morning. So start being positive, and that's how we go.
Brody hates you guys.
I don't hate people. I just want to pick this thing up.
I agree.
Energy.
Yeah.
Bring out another guy. Eric, you've been here for an hour. It's not your
Eric Carter,
Wasting
everybody.
my
There you go.
fucking time.
Yeah.
Break this. I'm 45. I got more energy than anybody. Stop staring at me. Everything's on fucking film. It's annoying.
Fuck yeah.
You laughed at the last mic drop, right? So I did it again, you didn't laugh. So now I'm going to keep doing it. If you gave me 2 laughs, I would have stopped. You gave me 1, fuck you.
Wow. I've heard of WrestleMania, but I've never heard of Mania. This is really... that's really impressive. Okay, this looks like a new name. I'm excited about this. Put your hands together for Renata Orishka.
All right, here we go. Here she comes. Oh, I like this song. Is this from the MTV Beach House?
Renata Orish.
Is this a new Maroon 5?
Brody just switched back to positive for those of you keeping track of his bipolar right now.
Miss Orish.
Ladies and gentlemen, Renata Orishka.
I'm originally from Russia. This is oil. Fight me. I was walking down this gay neighborhood in Seattle with my mom, and she plays cool. She tries to be liberal or come up as liberal, but she's really, really conservative. So we see this gay couple holding hands. She turns to me and says, "Renata, I promise you're gonna have 3 kids." I'm like, they cannot all be gay. Yeah, Mom, they cannot all be gay, but all 3 of them could be black. I used to Google Mitch Hedberg jokes to make sure that I didn't write them first. What? I used to Google Mitch Hedberg jokes just to make sure he didn't write them first. I still do, but I used to, too.
Meow. But yeah, that's a minute. Renata Orish, everybody.
Renata Orish. Bravo.
I was waiting for a cat call, but it never happened.
Yeah. Brian couldn't even turn around to his soundboard because
He was mesmerized.
He's out of control. It's gotten to the point where it's... Wow, look at that. Renata gets the inside jokes. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A year.
Really?
Takes a long time.
Where at?
Seattle.
A year in Seattle. How long have you been in LA for?
A month.
I teach a stand-up comedy workshop.
But his is not as extensive and hands-on as mine is. So if you want, I teach individual classes. It's
You can audit mine for free.
yeah, mine's usually $3,500, but I'll pay you
Positive
to come to my show.
Where in Seattle are you from? Capitol Hill area?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
She's got
It's all the
style.
same city.
Seattle's a good town to get started in comedy. It's
Low blood sugar, a lot of facial hair, and a lot of coffee, and white people with sensible shoes in Seattle.
Is it a good scene up there in Seattle? Are you getting mic time up there?
Oh, yeah.
So let me get my thing I saw. I would move the mic stand out of the way. When you go up there, you got to command the stage. You're new, but you got to move the mic stand out of your way.
Also, I'd move Brody's cane out of the way.
Yeah. No, that's the right thing.
Sort of get
That shows you're here for business.
and you have to move kind of up. You were like hid in the back of the stage.
I actually think you have a lot of stage presence. I think you're confident.
Do I have a stage future?
Maybe.
Well, I think that's. I think you do. I think that's a very hard question to answer because stand-up is one of those things that takes forever, right? It's a little bit like learning how to play the guitar. I don't think you learn how to play the guitar fluently after a year. I think it does take like 10 years. But you know, I think it's hard to be funny in a different language. I think English is your second language. Yeah, but you have a lot of confidence. I feel like, and you have a lot of. You may not feel that way, but it certainly looks that way, and that's a huge part of it. But but explain to me the joke. Like you said, the joke about the 2 gay guys, and then the joke was I could be married to a black guy. They could all 3 be black. Is that the idea?
Yeah, all 3 kids could be black, which is worse.
Which is mom. Yeah, mom. I like to bang black guys. Okay. So maybe be a little more clear with that joke. But I like where you're going with it.
And
I
then,
think we need to brown the race up a little bit.
and then I love it. It was what's in the oil cup?
It's just coffee.
Right.
But you were talking about just basically how Russia has a lot of oil.
Yeah, and then that's why.
Geopolitical joke.
Yeah, it was.
I got it.
But no, I like how she came up with the wine or the vodka. That'd be funny, like in a club to come up. That's a funny.
She
thing.
said it's coffee, Brody.
It is,
There's
but
coffee in a plastic cocktail cup.
Looks like oil.
But you meant it as oil, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I like that little. It's a little. I like that little. You want to call it a shtick? That's a good thing in a club. You can make that into something. So you just got to keep doing it, but get the mic out of the way. Take charge. You'll get more confidence as you keep doing it. I do have family in Seattle. I'll be up there this summer. I'm doing a roving workshop. We're doing it at a Buffalo Exchange. So,
Are you ticklish?
left the Buffalo Exchange.
Are you ticklish, Brody?
Yes, I am.
I have some connections if you ever want to do an open mic in Jaitai.
What? Where?
Jaitai, it's a place in Seattle where people do open mics. Just kidding.
Is that on Broadway?
It is.
Around the corner from Dick's?
Close by.
Did you ever go to the Topless Coffee place up in Seattle? Yeah.
No, who else?
Brody?
You think I do open mics?
How long have you been out of Russia?
8 years.
8 years. What do you do for work in Seattle?
I live here now for a month.
You're going back after a month?
Nope.
Oh, you're here.
Oh. What do you do for work here?
I host at the Beer Valley, which is 532 Western.
Did you just give a shout out to the Beer Belly?
The beer belly.
That's an. Is that a? What is that? Jeremiah, do you know what this is?
No, but by you giving the address, Death Squad fans will definitely show up to see you.
Yeah.
You can get some creepers.
Yeah, like Brody Stevens, for example.
When you work, yes, you know me from the podcast you did. Get in the car, trust me. When do you work next?
Weekend.
Weekend this week?
You should walk up on this. You're trying to drift back into the curtain. Walk on stage.
How many times a week do you go up usually?
1 or 2.
And how much time are you comfortable with?
I don't know. I 10, 15, something like that.
That's the longest you've done is 10 or 15?
Yes.
What's your favorite joke that you do?
Well, I really like this joke. It says that because I'm from Russia, certain things I realize people don't. Like the word MILF and the word film are comprised of the same letters. So I wonder how many dyslexic young men went to film school hoping to score it with a cougar.
Not bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Well,
You're thinking in the right direction. You know? I think it's always like I hate being this older dude who's like, let me tell you a little something about comedy. You know? It's just so, I probably, it's just so annoying. Like when I was a child, but I do think the difference is just like following that thread. That if you can write a joke like that again, I really think you just keep in that mindset. You just keep following that thread and expand. Don't just stop at one thing. It's never a noun. Your jokes, they're verbs. That makes sense. Like your whole act should always be changing.
Well, I have a follow-up for that joke. I was like, oh, I said it wrong. I meant how many dyslexic young men went to film school just to become crappy filmmakers.
It's good.
Man, you're like the Pussy Riot of comedy. In that you're pretty terrible. It's impressive.
not a good band.
I mean, a year in and you don't move the mic stand, but I get it. You're from Seattle. It's not the best
Those are
place
harsh
to start.
words.
Everybody's terrible after a year. I mean, they just got terrible.
I was murdering a year in.
Hey, man.
Keep doing it. A year's very new, but have confidence up there. Keep doing it. You gotta move the mic. That's the one thing I do. You move the mic out of the way. You stand up. This is your show, but keep doing what you're doing. Little Esther moved on, so auditioning new Little Esters.
Yeah.
No, keep doing your thing.
Keep doing that kind of joke. I mean, keep thinking that way. I think you could be funny.
And keep seducing 007.
How do you say your name?
Orishe.
What is she?
Orishe.
Renati?
Renata.
Renata.
Orishe, Renata.
I say, my name is Renata with 2 A's.
Alrighty.
everybody. She's not on Twitter.
You put the my foot short.
Fuck yeah. Oh, wow, look at that.
Thank you,
Renata. There she goes. Taking her cup of oil with her. Fuck yeah, everybody. Okie dokie. Let's keep the fun train moving along here. Put your hands together for Jesse Rothenberg. There he comes. Another new name. Wow, this is not Jesse Rothenberg. This is Brody's Pizza. It's been a blood sugar attack.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god. Wow.
All right.
However, the pizza guy does look exactly like Jesse Rothenberg. Very impressive. But yeah. Wow, I thought you just gave bad comedy tips, Brody. That's pretty impressive.
$5 a good
That
chip.
shit got a bigger laugh, by the way. That's an in-the-moment joke.
Wait, hold
It would
on.
have to be a show where the people are getting tips.
Hold on.
Okay.
$5. Go. What's a good tip for $23?
Whoa!
You don't talk to me that way.
Killing it.
Isn't 5 a good? Tony said that was a good tip. Should I do more than 5? 6.
How many hangovers? How many hangovers were you in?
10. All right, here's 5.
Keep it.
6.
Brian.
And I gave you 5 in here. That's 11. Is that 11 good?
Yes.
All right, give this guy a nice tip. Yes. Thank you.
You have any,
So we get $11. That's not bad.
you have any jokes you want to do, man? No? See you later.
Good job,
Joe's
kid.
Pizza, everybody. Joe's Pizza. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Jesse Rothenberg, everyone. Here he is.
All right.
Alrighty then. I'm here to take a stand, guys. Take a stand against the #1 issue facing men today. That's right, the fact that we can't be respected in shorts. It was a hot one out there today, and you know what? I didn't like it. So I went and changed into shorts after work. I mean, girls short, they get paid 30% less, but they get sundresses and skirts. It's easy, it's breezy, it's beautiful. So, I don't know, if you agree with me, if you're a guy, I think you should join in, take a stand with me. I mean, some of you might prefer pants, but you know, some of you prefer looking buttholes too, so it's up to you. If you're with me, these are my knees, let them breathe. These are my knees, let them breathe. These are my knees, let them breathe. God, I'm full of shit. I haven't pooped in 2 days.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. I love that. All about the shorts.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. It's like it's really beautiful poetry.
I like the new campaign slogan. These are my knees, let them breathe.
Yeah.
Rothenberg, Tony.
Usually when a line doesn't work for a comedian, they don't repeat it 5 times. But they wait for it. That's what I like. That's true comedy. That's fuck you confidence is what that is. Just he doesn't even care if you guys laugh or not. It takes a lot of guys a lot of years to get to that point. And
like when you wrote that, what were you thinking about in terms of it being actually funny? Like now I'm just being like, you said I'm gonna write about shorts and guys can't be
I
respected.
feel like
shorts.
maybe he was doing like really long jokes at one point, and somebody's like, "Dude, you should be doing like short jokes," and he's like, "Okay, I'm gonna do that."
See, Tony Hansen's funny.
Do you want to know the origin of it? It was just really warm one weekend in February.
Yeah, it's not a joke though. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not a
like
joke.
the story behind it doesn't matter. I'm already bored, but
Board shorts.
I don't know what did you do before comedy?
College.
Okay, how old are you?
23.
Oh, all right.
What'd you go to college for?
Economics.
How's that working out for you?
I got a job from it. That's how I live.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
I'm an analyst.
What are you analyzing?
You're making me depressed by the way you're talking about this.
I just, do we have to talk about this?
What's your name?
Jesse.
All right, let me relax. But by the way, you want to slice?
Brody, I'm not letting you talk with your mouth full on this show.
I'm not full anymore. Thank you. All right, let's find out. Where are you from, Jesse?
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, great town. I was in a movie there, Philadelphia 2. I played Banderas as in Hank Slugchild. And then how long you been here in L.A.?
About 9 months.
What now? Did you go to New York? Did you think about going to New York, or did you?
No, I got a job here, so I came here.
What, you paid for your analyst job?
Yeah.
And then you wear the shorts on stage all the time? Is that your shtick?
No, only when
How much time did you spend writing this set? Be honest. 1 minute.
Yeah, like a minute.
Yeah.
I thought of it one. Yeah, I
Yeah,
thought of it one day.
kind of over there, right? And
No, it was at an open mic.
I know, but did you go over it in your head? Probably not really, right?
A few
Yeah,
times.
you can't do comedy like that.
I've done it a few times.
I know, but that's like,
yeah.
How are you? I do the whole Tony Hawk thing. I play that. You gotta like
just write, bro. You're not writing.
You just gotta do the whole Tony Hawk thing.
Yeah,
do the Tony Hawk thing.
Throw a cowboy hat on and just kill it.
That's where you start. That's where you start.
Get his journey
People
to
don't need athlete,
comedy.
audience warm up, positive energy. I believe in it. So that's what I'm known as. You could be like a skater guy. If you're gonna dress like that, it does matter.
One of your mottos was let my knees breathe, but you're wearing a knee brace on one of the knees. So literally, even though you're wearing shorts,
There's a little bit of hole there, you know.
I see. But what happened to your knee?
I tore my ACL.
Doing economic shit.
Oh yeah, hard. Sure.
Navy SEAL stuff or what?
Snowboarding.
Wow.
It's a lie.
So,
Did you say that's a lie?
I'm kidding. I thought maybe you were a private dancer.
what are you so afraid to tell us about this economics job?
Oh, it's just a very boring job, and like whenever I meet people or go on dates or something, people want to ask me about it. It's just, I don't know. There's
Well, what do you want to talk about? What's more interesting than that about you? Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Well, what did you do for? Brody, you're unbelievable tonight. I love it. It's always a risk booking Brody Stevens. You never know which Brody you're going to get and how much of which Brody, and it's always fun. First guest to ever fucking order a pizza out of 109 episodes. It took 109 hour-and-a-half long shows for a pizza to come up here at the same time as a comedian. It's pretty epic. Jesse, you ever delivered pizzas before?
Nope.
No.
Pizza's dripping, by the way. I don't know if you guys see.
Listen, Jesse, it's good pizza. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
Let's get some energy going. It's all about energy and being inside.
Brody,
Everybody.
Brody, you're doing crowd warm-up right now.
That's what we need right now. Get some energy.
You really need to find your voice. It sounded like you were doing like a bit. It sounded like a story.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't sound like you talking to me. Like if you wanted to tell me about shorts, you wouldn't tell me like that.
I know. Yeah. I know.
So find the meat that's in the joke, if there is a joke in there, and then just try to do it out of your own voice.
It's just like something I have that I know is a minute.
No, but dude, there's no effort. You can't like be nice to yourself on this. Because there's no effort. It's no joke. You're just talking about, hey guys, girls wear sundresses, we wear shorts, and like. you got to be a little like Anushka, whatever her name was. She actually like at least was trying to figure out. She had like MILF and whatever. It's new. It's maybe not the funniest thing, but there's effort. I can see at least some effort there. Like you can't tell me that you thought for more than one fucking minute about what you were going to do tonight, and you got up and you talked about shorts, but there was no joke, bro. You were acting like you were an activist for shorts.
To be honest, I stopped at home to change into shorts, so I thought of it a little bit ahead of time.
I know that. It's not a thing of rocket scientist. You just got up and
I
you're
wore shorts
well,
all the time. When I did Best Damn Sports Show, because it's a sports show, I wore. But when I did Chelsea, never wore shorts.
And when I did Best Damn Short Show, never wore shorts.
Yeah, Brody,
I'm just talking about shorts. So let's just get a thread, energy, push, hands out of the pocket. Let's go. Who's up next?
Brody, you do this thing where you keep pushing the.
My man, you know what? My instincts are right. I'm not going to go against my instincts. I'm from LA, 818 till I die, born and raised in show business. I have a natural knack to understand comedic timing and energies. Let's push it along.
I'm just gonna keep agreeing with you. Jesse Rothenberg. I love it. I can roll with that. I can roll with Brody ending it. Let's get another name up here. Bianca Cristobal.
Bianca.
Hi guys. I'm actually from the Czech Republic. I know I don't look like a typical Eastern European girl, and I don't know what to tell you. My mom is white, blonde hair, blue eyes. I've never met my father, but I'm guessing he's not. My mom loves me though. I remind her of the best summer she's ever had. She was in Africa about 25 years ago, and she had sex on the beach with this black dude. It was sexy and hot and sweaty, and I know that because I was there. It was the last time I saw my father. I was like, Daddy, don't leave me inside of this crazy white woman. He's like, I'm just going to get some syrup. That was it. So I lived here for a while in America, and I had a blast, but I'm going to be 25 now, so I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to get married. I don't have like a biological clock, but I do have an expiring visa, so.
Good job! Bravo!
There it is.
Fucking that's what you call Eastern European discipline. Fucking that's good. Bravo. Fucking, that's effort. That's goddamn effort in another language. She comes to this country at 25 and makes everybody laugh. That's a big fucking accomplishment.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
That's what I'm
That puts me in a good mood. I love fucking effort. Bravo.
How long have you been in America?
Oh, 5 years now.
Wow.
Good
That's
for you.
amazing. And I feel like you speak better English than everybody we've
She
seen
does.
here tonight.
She's a better person.
Including Eric Carter, who's from the South. It's really interesting. Bianca, that's amazing. How long have you been doing stand-up?
9 months.
Wow.
Bravo.
You're right. You can tell you're right. You're right a lot. How many times a week do you go out?
Oh, like sometimes 3 months a day.
Wow.
Damn right you do.
That's right.
I'd like to have you on the Friday
I don't know what that
show.
means. I'm just pumped.
I'd like to have you on the Friday show at the Death Squad.
That's right. The universe rewards effort.
Bianca just booked a spot. That's how it works.
I'd like to have you on my podcast.
Wow. There you go.
Yes!
I think you did great. I like you got a nice, positive, your demeanor, confident. And yes, of course, you have jokes. These guys understand, but you had good confidence. You stepped to the front of the stage. You took charge, and your body language is really good. You got a nice little thing going. Keep doing it. That's what I think.
You have intelligence and poise.
Where were you at?
I like that word, poise.
here in LA.
What school?
Going back college. I went to some school.
Can I get your transcripts, please?
Guys, I just booked another student movie. Oh, I messed it up. Darn it. They're ninth graders. I messed the joke up. Sorry. I made a mistake. I'm nervous.
So you've been in LA for 5 years then?
Yes.
And did you come straight for film school?
Yes.
Wow, from the Czech Republic. Absolutely. What's that place like?
It's not like it's next to Germany and Austria. It's very like that, except we speak Czech. It's more like closer to Russian and Polish.
Interesting. So
What city in the Czech Republic?
Prague.
Prague, of course. Prague.
what's that like?
Beautiful. Yeah.
Amazing. I think a lot of it was spared during the war, so it's
Exactly. Oh yeah, because when Hitler came, you're like, you can have it. We didn't fight at all.
the Nazis didn't bomb it.
No, you only said it.
Bianca is your boyfriend. Because I tried to take Bianca out, she was like, I have a boyfriend.
Oh, interesting. I love this. Pat Reagan went for it. Got fucking rejected. I like that. Good to know. You want to play her a song?
Who did you go out with? Yeah. Josh Meyerowitz?
Whoa, went for it. That's for the 4 people who know who that is in the room. Good job, Brody. Bianca, what's your type? Pat Reagan is a young, rising, amazing talent.
Who's the most attractive man for you in Hollywood?
I guess my boyfriend.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, Michael Fassbender.
Wow, interesting. So you like...
Older. Wrinkles.
This, you forgive me for this, but you're like, she's like, Michael Fast, bend me over.
Oh, wow. Now I know why she didn't go out with you. She just rejected going out with you again, by the way. If you could sell Bianca on why she should go out with you in 15 seconds.
Don't.
Fuck yeah.
It's all fine. Don't worry about it. Enjoy going back to Europe.
Wow. Interesting. You're evil. Is this boyfriend gonna save you? You think he's gonna win? How much longer do you have on the visa?
Very long.
Wow. Interesting. Like a few months? You don't. Yeah. Wow.
He's not going to save you, is he? So you have a few months to go fucking crazy and find somebody that will in 2 months.
Team Brian Redband is what
That's
he
right. Are you ticklish?
Oh, God. Jesus, Brian.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't believe this has turned into the regular question. But,
Jeremiah, try to tickle her.
no, Jeremiah, don't do it.
That is not my job.
So, Bianca, this boyfriend of yours, how do we get him to propose and save you? Because you don't want to go back to the Czech Republic, right?
Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, let's convince him. I don't know. Dude, I tried.
Is he in the audience right now?
No. No, see? He's not here.
Dude, if you had 2 months left in this country, you should spend every single second with you. You should be taken care of.
He should absolutely marry you. He should totally marry you. He needs
It's
to.
advice from guys that haven't had sex with you yet. It's fine. I can't believe that fucking guy's not with you every single fucking minute. I would burn this whole place down for you. If you were my girlfriend, I'd make Tuesday just look at you day. Bottom line. He's fucking loser. The guy's a fucking loser. You need a guy who really appreciates you. Like the fine wine that you are. I'd sip you. I'd sip you all day. I've been that guy too, so I understand.
I mean,
But I really would tend to your
I
needs.
just don't think he's ever going to get anything better. I think he needs to check himself before he wrecks himself.
Oh, shit.
See what I did
Oh,
there?
shit, yes.
He needs to marry
Tony
and
Ansel is a
check.
professional.
It's a dumb audience tonight. Bianca, what else? Anything you want to say? You want to propose to him via live podcast right now? He might be watching on Ustream. What does he do?
Wow.
What's it do, Bart?
Well, no, he works in the post for TV shows and stuff.
Post for TV shows. I thought you were going to say post office for a second.
So,
The only mailman someone like you should be hooking up with is Carl Malone. You know what I'm saying? There you go. The ones that do get that should be clapping. The ones that don't, I still hate you. Bianca, what do you think about this audience tonight? You're the only person that killed the entire time.
Thank you. I thought they were amazing. Yeah. Give it up for yourself. Great. Best ever.
It's been a pleasure seeing you for the first time. I hope that you come back again soon, and we'll see you Friday at the Ice House. It's beyond our crystal ball.
Yeah. Leave the boyfriend at home.
I love it. This fucking place is crazy. The doorway's just packed with people. It's an exciting feeling in this room. Fire hazard mode. You know what? Let's move to. Actually, no. Let's get one more up here as fast as we can. Let's see what happens here. Put your hands together for Mark Stevens. Simple enough.
How you guys doing? Good, I'm doing good. I just quit my job. Yeah! Because who needs work? More food. And I don't know how I'm going to get a new job because I'm one of the dumbest people you ever meet in your life. And it started when I was a kid. Like, normal kids would get, like, report cards sent home to them. Me and my brother would get letters asking what the hell was wrong with us. We didn't sleep at night, if we're eating. And God bless my mother because she never understood what a learning disability was. You know, her growing up was just, you were trying hard enough. The school literally called my house and was like, "Bing! Hi, Mrs. Stevens. Well, we just think Mark might have a slight case of dyslexia." Oh my God, I'm so sorry about that. I'm gonna sit Mark down and have a talk with him. He's not gonna be allowed to watch television this weekend. He ain't gonna have fucking dyslexia on Monday, I'm gonna tell you that right now. Thank you very much, just one time.
Yeah. Mark Stevens. Interesting. You can talk into the mic. How you doing, man?
Good. It's my first time on the show.
First time on this show. How long have you been on stand-up?
Been doing it since I was 17. I'm 26 now, so 9 years.
9 years. Really?
Oh, I don't like where this is going, but all right.
Did you take a break?
Yeah.
In the middle?
An 8.5-year-long break?
I guess I did.
I mean, you don't go up every week. I mean, you started 9 years ago, but then you like took months off, and then you like that kind of, or do you do it every week?
How long have you been out here? Where were you before? Boston. 8 years in Boston? Couple in Boston. Couple in Toronto. Where you originally from? Boston. You went to Toronto.
Yeah, I got to be here right away.
Writing what? Fiction jokes. That's for sure. Really? That's the one? He bombs for a minute.
But Tony does have a point.
Abandon me.
Tony, we may as well be honest. Tony has a point. There weren't any jokes in that. You know that, right? Where were the jokes? Like, you had a minute. Would you agree with that, or do you think there was a joke in that? Just out of curiosity.
It's kind of the only way I'd be off with.
What's that?
It's the only way I'd be off with.
What nationality are you?
I'm Armenian.
Oh, so you're an Uber driver. All right, listen, I knew you. I know. I'll tell you what, Mark, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was fine. I can tell you're from like Boston or back east, and you know that's you established. That's how your mom is. You know, I visualize you in school having a problem, dyslexic. Your mom does. I got it. I mean, I'm not saying it was joke. I followed along. I get it. I'm not surprised. You're a nice guy, and I can see you definitely like have a Boston, Toronto. You know, you're a nice guy.
Okay, so Jeff, wait.
Good.
Guess I'll take that as a win.
This is not nice. This is not a nice town.
But the joke was, they tell your mother that you're dyslexic and she's going to fix that. Oh my God, I'm sorry about that. It's like a behavioral problem, but when it's really actually inherent sort of neurological problem, right?
Yeah.
You say she's from Boston. She's old school. The phone rang.
Yeah, exactly.
But how often is that? Be honest. How often when you do that joke does it get a lot?
All the time.
It gets.
It's never failed.
Really?
Never failed.
Never failed, not once.
Where are you performing at?
For your mom. For your mom.
Special Olympics? What the fuck are we talking about here?
You gotta start being honest with yourself.
Is it because you slap yourself in the forehead in the middle of it? Who's laughing at this? Where are you performing?
I did not like the slap. Anytime somebody does like personal harm to themselves, that felt like it hurt.
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking he just hurt himself and he's crazy.
And then you hear the slap and you don't hear the laugh and it's like, wow, that was for nothing.
Yeah.
All right. Like I said, I would be comfortable giving you like a dinner gig in Boston or New York or Brooklyn. It's nice comedy. Nobody got hurt or threatened. If you want to say
he got hurt.
maybe the smack on the head, whatever we call that hack or whatever. But I thought it was fine. You know,
What do you mean by you thought it was fun?
I got the story. I understood.
Yeah, but it wasn't funny.
Mark, are you
I'm not
really
saying it was, but it was an introduction to his life.
I know, but he had a minute. So in a minute, you're supposed to do jokes, right? We're just being honest to help you. This is not about criticism.
Oh, I totally understand.
I mean, who cares about that? But I'm more interested in helping you. So let's be honest. That's not a joke.
Yeah, it's true. Are you really dyslexic?
Not really.
No,
I know.
They thought that's how bad I was. They actually thought they were like
What
trying
do
to
you
figure
mean
something
that's how
out.
bad they thought you were? You were bad?
At school. Like,
I knew you weren't dyslexic by the way you told the joke. Now that's
right.
I knew you didn't believe what you were saying.
And not many dyslexic people go get writing degrees either. It just doesn't work that way. That's like a person.
You see that? He's the detective. He's the
How's
house
your
of
name Mark Stevens if you're Armenian? What kind of fake name is that?
Well, I'll get
Mark Stevens, Mark.
Wow,
Mark Stevens.
Stevens, I get it. You guys come from a long family of mental health issues.
Okay, so yeah.
Tony, that's a below the belt shot.
I can give you the story.
Go ahead, tell us, Mark.
All right.
Oh, thanks, Brody. It was something you don't want to move it along too quickly. I'm ready to get rid of
It was my grandfather, my father's side. He was on the radio in the 1950s. His real name was
Casey Kasem?
no.
Man Jeff.
His name was Charles Stevens Abasian. But it was a Middle Eastern last name on the radio. Also, 1950s, Armenia was under control of the USSR at the time. So a Middle Eastern name during the Red Scare under the communist country wasn't really going to work on the radio. So he dropped his name to make it Chuck Stevens, like the whitest name in the fucking world. So that's kind of why he did it.
Chuck Stevens? Is he good? The news on Channel 4?
He died many years ago.
Fuck
The
yeah.
guy from the news? No.
But that's kind of what happened. That's why I'm Mark Stevens.
Rich Holman?
Love this. Mark and Brody, you guys have an amazing energy together.
Because I look at the positive. Maybe it wasn't joke, but I'd be very comfortable putting them at like a dinner show.
What are these
What are you
dinner
talking
shows?
about? Dinner show?
You gotta get into it.
It's like
You gotta get into a time machine and go back to
the Kowloon in Boston. I know exactly what you're talking
Because
about.
when I lived in New York, I do shows in Brooklyn. They have those like nice shows about old mothers, just like they don't know. Right?
You got it. I want to book you for a brunch.
There he goes, Mark Stevens, everybody. That's it from Mark.
Don't feel bad, Mark.
He's on Twitter.
Keep doing it. Be positive. I have mental illness also.
That's
I
right.
haven't booked anything since that came out. It's hurt my career.
Mark the Shark 927 is what he is on Twitter. Bianca Christoval, by the way, is Bianca Christoval. BIANCHRISTOVAO. No W there. AO at the end. Guys, this is the part of the show where we have our two regulars come up. They do a brand new 60 seconds every week. Their names don't go in the bucket. They just do this. They write a new minute, they perform a new minute. This week's no different. Going up first tonight with a brand new minute. You know her from the Dysentery podcast, Kill Tony. Put your hands together for the one and only Sarah Weinshank, everybody.
What's up? Well, kids, ugh. I don't know if I want to have them. Haven't made up my mind. I'm afraid of having a daughter that comes out exactly like me. Also, a moth just flew off my wrist. We had to say it. We had to get that out of the way. So anyways, afraid of having a daughter. Because I can't deal with two of myself. Like, I would hate to have some little person that sees the world the way that I do. I'd be sleeping, and in the middle of the night, my door would just creak open. She'd be standing there. She'd be like, "Tooth fairies." So you mean to tell me there's some whimsical woman that's coming in my room in the night and taking my body parts? Sounds like we need new locks. That's it.
There it is, a minute. About not wanting to have a daughter. Fuck yeah.
You have baby fever?
No.
How would you feel about having a son?
That'd be a nightmare too.
You don't want to have a kid at all.
I don't know. I don't want to be pregnant at all.
Right. Why? How does
It's like,
that make you
it
feel?
looks like bloated as fuck.
It is true. It is sort of strange that the way that the human body did it was just make it like a gut for a woman.
How old are you right
That's
now?
what they fear the most.
28.
28?
Yep.
Okay. You look younger. I like the way you dress.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Brian wants to give you that daughter that you've
I was
always
gonna say. I pack heat. I will admit that, and that's been the elephant in the room. I wonder how much heat he packs, and the answer is a lot. But if you're into money and big dicks, whatever, big deal. But no, some people don't like to laugh and come that much. But so what? But the point is, what I was going to ask you is that you are all bullshit aside, you're a very attractive woman, and I think that you are. I like your persona, and I like what you do, and I think it's comedic. I wouldn't be afraid, though, to be less ironic and maybe embrace a little bit more of just what you look like. You're sexy. You're good looking. And there's this fucking weird thing in our society where if you're good looking or sexy or have that potential, you're supposed to play it down. Because a lot of women don't want to be known for just that, which I think is the biggest crock of bullshit in the fucking world. Because I happen to think we live in a very puritanical, sexually repressed time period. You can't talk about wanting to fuck everybody. I walk around wanting to fuck strangers. And if a guy is really honest about that, which I always am, you're looked at as a creep. I may be, and you put a little creep in me. Sorry to go on this fucking diatribe. But just know that you do that to people, and that's a strength, not a weakness. So I love your persona. I think you have a lot of potential. I think you're pretty funny. But I think it's no big deal to embrace the fact that you're also a fucking good-looking, sexy woman. I feel like singing a song.
Powerful. I thought for sure that was going to end with "Will you marry me?" But I love it. Brody, anything for Weinshank?
She's great. It's hard to come up with that. I'm coming up with the material every week. I saw the beginning and the end. I see it, the little thing. You could go a million directions with that.
It's true. And I think you might want to hit it a little more on the head, with Tooth Fairy. Almost like, what's the deal with that? Like, have it. What's funny is the daughter being comedian-esque, and that's the part that you're getting to, but I feel like it took a second. Like, people that know you will know that. People that know your style, like Kill Tony fans and stuff like that. But to make it a little more, to make it transcend to everyone, to a brand new crowd, make it more like, almost like passion comedian, even though you wouldn't say what's the deal with Tooth Fairies,
Is not wanting to be pregnant your only reason for not wanting to have kids?
I mean, and not wanting to be poor.
That's funny.
Right.
That should be part of your joke.
Right. But so should the pregnant thing.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, Sarah Weinshank.
Thank you, guys.
Sarah Weinshank.
Another new minute. Your final comedian of the night with another brand new minute ever since her first time on stage. Put your hands together for the dropout from Florida University, the one and only Kimberly Congdon, everybody. Here she is.
Thank you. I have a friend who's really wild. She's crazy. She loves to gamble. And by that I mean she fucks a lot of dudes without condoms. She told me the other day that she had sex with 4 guys at the same time. Like, that's a lot of dick, Like, I started to think, like, one person's normal sex, 2 people's, like, maybe, like, one fun night out or something, like a crazy night. 3, all your holes are filled. But 4 dudes, there's just, like, one dude jacking off in the corner, like, tweaking a nipple. Like, what's he doing? That's just, like, that's, like, an overwhelming amount of penis, Like, she probably sold, like, dick for days. I don't know. I couldn't eat meat after that. That's it.
Good punchline.
Really, yeah.
Nothing wrong.
Good punchline.
Nothing wrong with being that guy in the corner. He's been there.
Fuck yeah.
It's not a bad spot.
Even when they don't know you're there.
Even when they don't. Good stuff. Again, it's like you see the confidence. The more you do it, you see like everybody having more confidence when they take the stage. That's what matters. So you see that in the last 2 girls. They got the confidence. That's what I saw.
Yeah, that's definitely a new minute. I mean, that was great. To think of the four person joke. I mean, I think there's more there even. Like I sort of, while listening to it, there was this giant pizza box in between us, and it sort of made me think like, 3 people, that's like 1 large pizza. But if there's 4 people, then you have to order 2 pizzas. Like almost like there's like things that with 5 total people.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect. Like you want to surprise us.
You guys see how hard that's killing with the 1 guy that's paying attention to me? But yeah.
4 guys, the volleyball team, whatever.
Right, exactly.
Something like change it up like this. I wanted to be surprised by like 3 people's a threesome, 4 people is something, and then when it's 4 guys or 5 people total, it's something else.
Right. Starting lineup.
Starting lineup. But it's something way funnier than that, though. I don't know. It's out there.
Using condoms? You can go there. You can get.
Oh, you asked me, were they using condoms?
Yeah.
No.
They weren't. Okay. Another visual.
The 4th guy is a gay guy, and he's like in charge of cleanup.
When I did.
Oh God! Why the act out afterwards? No, Brian. No, don't do that. It's my birthday. Don't do that.
Kim, make it visual. That's my thing.
I love it.
I wanted to be at that scene.
It's a brand new minute, and if I had more time, I'd want to tag it out even more because I think that's so funny. Pat, you got anything?
I feel like that was the realest set of the night. Like everything in that minute was like real.
It was all on one topic, and you did it again. Kimberly Congan, everybody. There she goes. Well, we did it again, everybody. Episode 109 of Kill Tony. Our artist, we have an in-house artist, everybody, named Ryan J. Ebelt, who every week draws a brand new version of the show that he saw here tonight. It's always the panel, and it's always unbelievable. Wow. I love that. This is a very Kill Bill, Kill Tony centric one where I believe Brian Redband is Uma Thurman in this. That's incredible. I'm Bill. Pi May is Brody Stevens with a gray mustache.
Enjoy it.
I love that. The great Brian Callen. Guys, anything coming up that you want to promote to the 200,000 weekly downloads that we get?
I'll be in San Francisco June 25th, 26th, 27th at the Punchline. Come on by.
Brody Stevens.
Me, Saturday, I'm doing a corporate event in Scottsdale, and then
You got it. Performing at a dinner show on Friday.
then I'm doing Tulsa, and then after that, nothing. I'm on vacation. I saved up, for the summer, so I don't really do much comedy anymore, but
I call it vacation when I don't get booked places. You got it.
Pat Reagan is Patty Reagan on Twitter. Anything else coming up? Catch him every Monday here on Kill Tony, and then Roast Battle every Tuesday. Our sister show, Midnights, here at the Comedy Store.
As always, guys, check out my website, www.babydick.com. All the updates.
I don't know whether that's real or not, but either way, saying www is the stupidest thing ever. Either the joke is that it's a real website or it's fake, but just say babydick.com and a little bit less.
I have 3 slices of pizza if you guys want. Anybody wants?
Yeah.
They're clean. 3 slices.
You should have offered them the pizza before the show. They would have liked you more, Brody.
I didn't feel they didn't like me. I just do my own thing. And that's kind of negative, but that's okay, Tony.
He really had to blast off on you guys a few times. One more time.
Get it going. It's energy. Thank you.
Brody Stevens, Brian Callen, Pat Reagan, Ryan J. Ebelt, Josh Martin Comic, Brian Redband, Jamie Vernon.
Don't hate on me. I do an hour and 15 in the main room.
You got it.
You think I would do it if I was unhappy yelling the whole time?
Good night, everybody. Thank
I'm
you.
not.
Good night.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome, Tony. How you living, big dog? Hope you're having a good day. Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Oh, you can't hear me.
everybody. Another beautiful Monday evening. It's like a real live show. Until we have some new people in the crowd staring at
Yo.
us.
Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuto Le'olam Va'ed.
Stone Faces, how are you, sir? You okay up there? Fuck yeah, the thumbs up. Great for podcasting. Hi, everybody. Welcome, audience. You guys ready for a crazy Monday night or what?
What's up, sluts? Coffee and Kabbalah Quality Coffee, 10th of ER 5796, Monday, April 27th. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elevate, Elohim, Chaim. This is the majority we live by. We've been doing this shit 122 days. Really? Yes, sir. What else? Son? ESPN, da-na-na, da-na-na. That's what fucking lies in the deepest, darkest fucking parts of my brain. Really? Yeah, just an ESPN song? Yeah. They don't even play it anymore, that fucking earworm. Alright, but is that the end of your story? No, dog, we've got some shit to review. Like what? Thing. Why? Why not? That'll retard as fuck. 57. Oh, fuck that shit. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 137th son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahalel, son of Kenan was born. Get that fucking bullshit. Look at Omer. What is it? Berkatad deny Elohim Makom Shekha Shanam B'Mitzvah Tzvan and Al Seferat HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 26 days, which is 3 weeks and 5 days. May the merciful one rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. No. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Salah. Today is 26 days, which is 3 weeks and 5 days. Wow, I did it. I did kicking ass, taking names, baby. Alright, here we go. This is day 2 of this bullshit. Oh, we look up hot Latina and Asian chicks. That next. Asian next.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica,
where
we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection And hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Well, I want to say welcome back this evening to the second part of our 10-session romp through Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And as we talked about last time, right, and Kabbalah, right, we're still 1,200 years away from Kabbalah. It's still way off in the distance. So we're still very much in a time period right around the turn of the Common Era. That is to say, around the year 0, right? That's if you want to get an anchor of where we are. And just to recap a bit, right? Just to recap a little bit from last time to sort of see where we are in the lay of the land. We defined mysticism, at least for the purposes of this class, which doing things like defining mysticism makes it certain that everybody will disagree with you that studies this stuff. So I'm just basically, anytime I say, I'm going to define mysticism, it's like putting a target on my back. But the way that I want to define it is as a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality, and also the traditions that accrue around those experiences. So I would call someone, for instance, that studies mysticism for the idea that those mystics learned fundamental truths, even though perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences. I would also consider that person a mystic. So I would say that there's also the idea that you lean on the mystics to learn what they learned, and that puts you in the tradition of folks who are, in fact, mystics. And there's an entire tradition in Judaism of what we'll call intellectual mystics. We'll get to those much later. And intellectual mystics are those that say, look, I never had this experience, but I trust that this person did, and I think that they're fundamentally right. So that's also, I think, another form of mysticism that actually doesn't involve mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that the Jews received that name, the Yehudim received that name as being the descendants of one of the tribes that comprise the 12 tribes of Israel. And so Jewish mystics actually make up a minority of this. Many of the prophets we have in the Hebrew Bible are from all over. They're not necessarily Judahites. And we said that the two forms of mysticism that seem to have been prevalent in Israelite society at that time were folks who experienced theophany. That is to say, God showed up to them, God appeared to them. And on the other hand, for other people, God spoke to them. And if you speak on the behalf of God, that makes you a Navi, a prophet. Although sometimes those folks are referred to as ro'eh, as seers. But the idea there is that we have the idea that either those folks can see the future or they hear something from God and they communicate that to other people. And those folks we typically refer to as the prophets. And the most important theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, historically speaking at least, we don't think that the theophany described in Exodus, where God showed up to the Israelites and to Moses, we're fairly confident that that's a mythological piece of information, not a historical one. But we are relatively confident, many scholars are relatively confident, that the prophets Isaiah and Ezekiel did have some kind of phenomenological encounter. In that encounter, they recorded in the literature of the book of Isaiah and the book of Ezekiel, respectively. Now, the idea that, now you might be wondering, right, how can you say that Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not about whether he did or didn't, it's about what we have evidence for. And we just don't have evidence, really, to believe that that happened. But we have pretty good evidence to believe that the experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were, in fact, recorded. And as we talked about last time, prophecy is very well attested all over the ancient Near East, with the weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which, all things being equal, sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere. I don't want any prophets in my neighborhood. I don't want any guy walking down my street screaming at people because they're like, woe to the disbelievers, Yahweh's going to kill you all. I'm like, I'm going to call the cops on you again. So I don't want to live anywhere near prophets. And so Egypt seems like a pretty great place to be prophet-free. But at any rate, we saw last time that there are a great deal of prophets that live all through the ancient Near East, and especially in the Neo-Assyrian context, which tracks very carefully, very temporally to the ancient Israelite context. And so we actually know a great deal about, a good deal about those ancient Near East prophets. We also know that one of the things that happened in the ancient Near Eastern world were prophetic duels. They just didn't take prophets' words for granted because they kind of seem crazy. And if they seem crazy to you, they seem kind of crazy to people back then too, right? Just because you see Jesus in your toast doesn't mean Jesus is in your toast. It might be that you might need help. And so many people in the ancient world also thought, right, this guy's just drunk, right? And there's many cases in the Bible where people do prophecy and other people are like, yeah, they're drunk. And so this was an idea. And so we see other ancient Near East cultures engaging in prophecy and other mechanisms by which to detect whether a prophecy is reliable or duels between prophets to establish which prophets are actually telling the truth. Prophetic duels needs to be a video game. Just saying. It's a fighting game, but with prophets. What brings prophecy to an end and what sets us up for our transition tonight is that, as you may remember, part of what happens in the theophany literature of the Hebrew Bible is that the God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes themselves known by revealing a bunch of very inconvenient rules. And by revealing all these very inconvenient rules, the idea is that the Israelites are bound to follow those rules, and Yahweh will protect them and give them the land and provide for them to have large families and agricultural surplus. Well, what ends up happening is that for various reasons, the Israelite state is destroyed and the Judean state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, when your entire theology is founded on a vassal contract, right, and your vassal, the person who justifies your vassal relationship, gets defeated, well, that's the end of that. And so, again, it's like you're living in a house and your landlord gets bought out by, I don't know, some sketchy investment firm. Well, you got a new landlord. You have no longer a relationship with old landlord. Well, now you got to deal with other gods. And so the Israelites have some pretty complicated problems on their hands. And the pretty complicated problem on their hand is we predicated an entire theology on one system and it didn't work. Our God seems like either got us defeated or we're defeated, and what now? Right? What do you do now with the awkward relationship with your former landlord? And so what's going to happen is that prophecy, the idea that there are people speaking on behalf of Yahweh, what's going to happen is that's going to increasingly go away, right? And a new form of religiosity is going to emerge. And that new form of religiosity that's going to emerge is going to be a new kind of mysticism. And that new kind of mysticism is what scholars typically refer to as the apocalyptic. All right. Tanakh pop quiz. I bet you know this was coming. So Tanakh pop quiz, and this is a trick question because, of course, it is. You're in a class about mysticism. Does anyone here know, and feel free to put it in the chat, where in the Tanakh are the events surrounding the Hanukkah story recorded? So I see Ashley say they're not. That's the
Daniel
answer that's the less wrong answer. You're certainly right. They're not recorded straightforwardly. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually depicted in the Tanakh? Not in the Apocrypha, like in the book of Maccabees, where they're literally described, but in Tanakh, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Old Testament, as you may know it. Everyone's like, why you ask me damn questions like this? I'm the one taking this class, right? So Ashley, you are right. It is not described transparently in Tanakh. It is, however, described encodedly in the book of Daniel. It is actually encoded in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel was probably the least read Jewish book in the Hebrew Bible. It's in some ways one of the most confusing. But historical scholars of the Hebrew Bible, scholars of the book of Daniel, are fairly confident that encoded in a very elaborate system of symbols, the story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, the civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires like the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, also with the rise of the Romans and the period of the Maccabean Rebellion, are in fact described using coded language in the book of Daniel in chapters 7 through 12. If you've never read the book of Daniel, it's a very weird book, and by the way, it's one of the few books in the Hebrew Bible that actually has extensive sections actually written in Aramaic. In chapters 7 through 12, there is a section that is encoded using a very elaborate system of symbols that describes all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about this section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean Rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. Now, that leaves an open question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabeans? And they're very pro-Maccabean, at least, they're kind of tempered on the Maccabeans, actually, which a lot of people were because they were terrifying to anyone that wasn't a religious zealot. Everybody in this class will be killed by the Maccabees, just FYI. Everybody. They would gladly kill all of us for being, like, not them. Which is always weird about Hanukkah. Hanukkah's a complicated idea if you're a progressive, liberal-minded Jewish person. Because they're like, yeah, I'm celebrating the very people that would have literally killed the Taliban of Judaism. At any rate, we don't know why they don't finish. We don't know. They may have just died. You know, if it was a war and the Maccabees didn't like people who could, I don't know, read, and so they may have just got killed. It may have just gotten killed. And so we don't see the end of it. But what's interesting about it is we now have a really good idea about when the book was written, at least those sections. They were written sometimes after the Maccabean revolt began, but before it ended. So we know it began around 160 and it concluded around 167 BCE. So we have a good idea about where that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Now, why would people encode things in strange language? Why would people encode things in weird symbols? Well, because it's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religiosity emerging in the aftermath of the demise of the prophetic period. And that new kind of religiosity is what we call apocalypticism. Also, by the way, describing current events as if they're taking place far in the future is what we call in the literature ex eventu prophecy. The vast majority of historical prophets did not predict the future. We'll talk more about the ones that tried and failed in a minute. But the vast majority of prophets who describe all kinds of weird things, and I'm sure folks have read some sections from the book of Daniel or the book of Revelations written by St. John, or Nostradamus. So folks have read any Nostradamus. It's always weird stuff like an eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns to blood, and you're like, what in the hell are you talking about? They're not describing the future. They're actually describing the present using encoded language, right? This is what we call ex eventu prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, because it might be politically expedient to be a little cryptic, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize the standard order of things. And do you really want to be the person living in the Roman Empire being like, the Romans suck and I hate them and God's going to kill them all soon? You want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, the Kittim, right, will arise from the sea and then blah, 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 right? You encode it. And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalyptic literature. So what isn't apocalyptic? That's the first thing we need to do. I know, right, that when most people hear the word apocalypticism, they're thinking end of the world. They're thinking, all the crazy stuff happens at the end of the world. The Messiah's going to come, and there's going to be this and that, and the Battle of Gog and Magog, and there's going to be all this stuff that happens at the end of the world, the Battle of Megiddo, whatever. And so many people typically imagine that what apocalypticism is about the future, because the word apocalypticism has been filtered so heavily through Christianity, and Christianity does tend to think of the apocalypse as like something happening in the future, although early Christians thought it was going to happen pretty soon in their lifetime. Jesus kind of dragging his feet. But they really thought it was going to happen soon. And this idea that it's going to happen in the future is an idea really from Christianity that has sort of shadowed and flavored the way that we use this word. Most apocalyptic writers, most prophets for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Jewish tradition, don't do much in the way of trying to predict the future. They just don't. In fact, the most famous case where anyone tried to predict the future in the Hebrew Bible is in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 26, where Ezekiel made what at the time was the single most predictable prediction that one could predict. That is, Nebuchadnezzar would destroy Tyre. Well, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything, right? It's just like predicting, right? Like it's like American imperialism will continue. Yep, it's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then they attacked Tyre, and it didn't work. Nebuchadnezzar was repulsed, and so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, "Well, what I meant was." He has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong, even though it was a completely actually predictable thing. So making predictions, especially clear predictions, is a bad idea, right? Folks may know the very famous quote from Friedrich Nietzsche, right? It never hurts a prophet to be too vague, right? If you predict on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2029, that blah, 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 well, your prophetic career rests on that. And so most of the prophecies, they don't predict the future by and large, right? And in general, this thing. By the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literates is a real pain in their tuchus, because they have to go back and explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits that he got it wrong, and then how he put a spin on it to fix it. And then they further spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, it eventually got conquered by Alexander the Great 400 years later. Somebody conquered it, so Ezekiel wasn't totally wrong. I'm like, really? That's the best you got? Okay. Most Jewish apocalyptic texts just don't have much interest in the end of the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was that basically God was going to trash everything at the end. That there was going to be some kind of global conflagration, that the world would be destroyed by a giant fire. That was a very common idea in the ancient world. And so, in many ways, the predictions they do give about the end of the world are themselves just the popular ones. If you were to go to a Greek philosopher at the time and ask, what's going to happen at the end of the world? They say, the Logos, the fire, is going to consume the whole world. They're like, sounds reasonable. They went with that. So it's actually basically, it's not even really in some sense a Jewish idea as it is a Hellenistic idea, Greek idea. So let's put some context on this, right? I'm gonna say what the apocalyptic is in just a minute, but I want to put some context on this. What you have to understand about the rise of the apocalyptic is a time period in which it emerged, the political and theological upheavals that lasted from roughly about 586 BCE, when Judea was destroyed, the last independent Jewish state was destroyed, all the way up to around 135 of the Common Era, where the last attempt at an independence movement on the behalf of the indigenous people of Judea, Jews, against the Romans, led by Bar Kokhba, was defeated, with hundreds of thousands of Jewish people being killed in the process. What's important to understand about this political and theological landscape is that there is a major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, right, this entire theology is built on what is called the Deuteronomic theology, which is, again, the idea that Yahweh and Israel have a covenant, and that covenant works in the way that the Israelites perform religious duties, and Yahweh gives them stuff, right? So that is the way it's supposed to work. The prophets, the way that they understood themselves was as sort of a voice for God, telling the Israelites, you're doing wrong, you're breaking the contract, and if you persist in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, but by the 6th century BCE, the entire Judahite state is completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. And the serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would have brought the prophecy to a conclusion, right? You broke the treaty, and everyone's dead. Done. Right? And that would have been a very neat, and I say neat, I mean not untidy, except for all the gore of everybody massacred, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on. Not in the land, right? Not in their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. We have extensive records of the Jewish population living in ancient Babylon. And we know they were living relatively well. They owned slaves. They had land. They had businesses, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, many didn't want to go. They're like, why do I want to return to like a rock that has no inhabitable land? I can live here by these rivers and we can like live in good, but this is a great empire. They didn't want to go home. And so home, right? Because they weren't born there. They were diaspora Jews living in Babylon in comfort and security. Why go back to a wasteland to rebuild something, right, that isn't that great after all? It's like a rock in the middle of the Judean desert. And this was a big problem. In fact, there had to be Jewish people actually pressuring them to go back. So again, when we talk about the weeping by the rivers of the Euphrates or whatever, a lot of those Jews were not weeping by those rivers. They were very happy to be in exile in Babylon. And we know that because we have records of them living there. The problem, again, is a theological problem. They're still there. They still believe in Yahweh. What do you do when the prophecy meant that you're supposed to be destroyed and you weren't destroyed? So, does God make a new deal with us? Should we still believe in Yahweh? Like, the temple's been destroyed. What do we do with this Yahweh thing? The covenant doesn't make sense anymore. The covenantal theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder that contradicts it. So, what do you do? What do you do? Well, there's a couple different options. You could try to maintain the old covenantal theology, and some people did try to do that. But you can see the logical problem of trying to maintain it. The covenant's been broken, the Judahite state's been destroyed, and its aristocracy moved to Babylon. But they're still alive. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, what arises as a way of settling that problem, right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology, right? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up emerging is a new kind of Judahite theology. In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The religion that the ancient Israelites practiced would be unrecognizable to anyone here. Like killing animals and burning beer and grain to appease a sky god. No one here recognizes a religion like that. But what comes out of exile is a theologically renovated religion that is much more like the Judaism that we might recognize now. So what happens is that they innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop the new theology that maintains the trappings of the old covenantal theology, but radically philosophically changes what it all means. And so, what are those kinds of changes? The first big change is that Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel anymore. To make this work, Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel and with the other gods existing out there in the world, like this is what we call henotheism, right? Your God exists, my God exists, but my God can beat up your God. That's what the Israelites basically believed. Now, the new shift is, not only can my God beat up your God's not real. There's just one God. Monotheism emerges in the aftermath of this catastrophe. So the God of the Israelites is now said to be the only God, and that God is responsible for everything. And not just responsible for everything, but responsible for everything forever. God has a plan for the entire cosmos. Right? This is going to be decisively important. God is planning everything. And everything that happens is according to that plan, no matter how bad it is, no matter how confusing it is. In fact, the worse it is evidence for the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right, is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to begin to change the way they think about their relationship to this God. And the problem is, this God's going to have to tell them what in the world all this means. We're supposed to have this covenant, and it's supposed to do like this, and this is supposed to happen if we keep it, and this is supposed to happen if we don't. Well, we didn't, and we're still here. What's happening? Well, what ends up emerging, is that new kinds of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Now again, hear the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God's showing them, right, and communicates what God shows them in literature. So this is a much more literary movement, and it's a much more visual movement. And it's so distinct that we now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. It's not prophecy. They're not speaking on behalf of God. They're describing what God has shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing mysticism. Right? A very different kind of mysticism indeed. Now, what precipitates this? How do they get the ability to, what underwrites this? And the answer is really complicated, and the short answer is, we don't know. We don't know. Because we don't have good records about how this goes down. The best theory I've seen is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile and they come in contact with an up-and-coming important religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively, what's the right word to describe this here? The ancient Babylonians are like the New Yorkers of the ancient world. They're cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have an ancient culture that's been there for 1,000 years. They are wealthy, they have multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was a metropolis on an order of magnitude that the ancient Judahites could not have imagined. Ancient Jerusalem was a backwater. It was a tiny settlement of a few thousand people, right, with that little temple there that was, not much bigger than a basketball arena, right? You're talking about an aristocracy that is a relatively backwater people coming into contact with an incredibly old, incredibly literate, right? When the Judahites wanted to write diplomatic documents, they wrote it in the language of the Babylonians, Akkadian. When they arrived in Babylon, they must have been bowled over by the bumpkinhood of their existence compared to the Babylonians. Again, this is like the Mississippi aristocracy being conquered and then dragged off to New York, right? You can't imagine the shell shock of what must have happened. Furthermore, they're coming in contact with a very dynamic new religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reform religion founded by the prophet Zoroaster, who we don't know much about. Even when he lived is not clear. But if I summarize Zoroastrianism to you, I bet it will sound immediately obvious what they believed. So, Zoroastrianism is a basically dualistic religion that claims that a good God and an evil God are locked into a kind of battle for the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities are in combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the bad guys, angels and demons. right? That structure's there. Now, this good versus evil dualism is going to result in a titanic, catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good will win. They will throw the forces of evil into a neither world, right? And not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets who are given tours of the underworld. Those tours of the underworld filtered their way up to Europe, and we're fairly confident that Dante Alighieri was influenced by them. The Divine Comedy is probably being influenced by these tours of hell of the Zoroastrian literature. Now, near the end of the world, there's going to be a savior figure, Saoshan, who will lead the forces of good against the forces of evil, and at the end of time, everyone will be resurrected bodily, they will be judged, right? And there is a massive set of literature, right, being composed by Zoroaster, and the idea is that your relationship to scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrifice, like sacrificing animals. Those priests, by the way, are called magi. You may recognize them from the Bible, right? Those are the guys that show up to adore the baby Jesus. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a little Judaism and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up in your cocktail shaker, pour in a glass, you have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people detest the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by non-Jewish, pagan people. I got news for you. When the Jewish people arrived in this area, they would have viewed the Zoroastrians as a completely intellectually superior group of people. And I can guarantee you they would have been influenced by them. So Zoroastrianism probably has a huge impact. And in fact, many ways, Zoroastrianism has a huge impact in world religions in general. It also has a huge impact in music. You may know Freddie Mercury is the lead singer of Queen. He was a Zoroastrian. So thank God for Zoroastrians. They produced at least Freddie Mercury. So sadly, it's a threatened religion now. It's a very tiny religion, primarily located in Iran, America, and in Iraq, or in India rather. But they're not doing that great, unfortunately. They're pretty small. So we've now talked a little bit about the groundwork for apocalypticism. What is it, right? We call it a religious mode. And I use the word mode there for folks who have some background in philosophy, right? A mode of being. It's a way of doing religion. It's not a religion itself, but it's an articulation within a religion. It began to exist primarily in Judaism, but obviously it will persist into Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism perfected. It's when, in fact, apocalypticism becomes the religion, right? It's when the shift completely goes over to one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters, and Judaism becomes an adjunct riding on the tails of the apocalypticism. One can imagine Christianity that way, but also in Islam. Islam is also largely an apocalyptic religion. Again, it's a religion based on a guy being shown things by an angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalyptic? Now, what's important to know about this is that no one sat down in Judea or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypticism. What they did was be religious, and they innovated. And the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call apocalypticism, right? So it's very important to note here, this is a scholarly term applied to an ancient people. And it's always important to know that when you do that, when you apply a schema to ancient people, it never fits perfectly, right? Some things are left out, some things are left in, but it's such a stable kind of scheme that we do think that this is an important and decisive break with the prophetic religion of ancient Israel. So what makes apocalypticism? The first thing is what I mentioned here at the last, but I'll mention it first, so the last will be first and the first. Is the name apocalypticism, right? It comes from the word apokalypsis in Greek, which means to reveal or to uncover. And what's important about this with literature is that what tends to group it all together is the idea that God is revealing something fundamental to the person, to the apocalyptic prophet. God's not speaking to the apocalyptic prophet, telling them, go condemn, some king, some Israelite king, right? Go condemn those people for being bad and being rich. That's the way a prophet like Amos works. God spoke, and Amos went and said, right, woe to you people, cows of Bashan. No, here we have God revealing various kinds of things to a human agent. And typically, that's being mediated by a divine, semi-divine being, typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. What kinds of things? Typically things like cosmology. Apocalyptic Judaism is very interested in how the universe works. If you've ever read the Hebrew Bible, one of the things that is weirdly missing from the Hebrew Bible is any discussion of how the world is arranged, right? There's some vague discussions in the book of Genesis, but there's no real sense of like, what is the world exactly? Because they're not really interested in what is the world exactly, right? They're interested in what's going on in Judea with this king. So cosmology becomes very, very important in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. Also, they're very interested in the past. This is sometimes ironic, considering that most people think of apocalypticism as primarily dealing with the future, but mostly the apocalypticists are interested in the past. So they're very interested in how did we get here? And the thing that they're very interested in is where did evil come from, right? Because if evil is in the world and it's out there, what kind of existence does it have? And they're very interested in where it came from. You'll never see much in the Hebrew Bible about them discussing the origins of evil, right? Even the whole talking snake in the Garden of Eden, the writer of that story in the book of Genesis never says, and that's where all evil comes from. It names some things, right? You have to work for your bread, and women's child pain and the pain in having a child will increase. By the way, it says that the pain will increase. It never says it wasn't to. It just went worse, right? So it never says, and that's why everything went off the rails, right? The apocalypticists will be very interested in this. Also, they're very interested in the use of symbolism, right? The Bible doesn't do much in the way of symbolism often, right? But the apocalypticists will be very interested in symbolism. They're in fact virtually encoding their writings. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier with the Ex Eventu prophecy, they're going to be really interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw in the historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that in a literary form in which they encode those criticisms by describing them as if they're happening in the future, right? So they describe present events in an encoded way as if they're happening in the future. That's going to be a tip-off for an apocalyptic writer. Amos didn't encode anything. He called people cows for being rich. He's like, you people are bad because you're rich and God hates you. Like, he's not encoding anything. Like, he's not like, and the cows will eat and become fat of the land. Blah. No, he's like, I hate you people and God hates you too, right? That's not what these apocalyptic folks do. Also, what they're really interested in is oppression, right? They're very interested in oppression and tribulation. Specifically, why do bad things keep happening to us? If our God is the only God, and we have a special relationship with this God, why did the Greeks just, like, whip our ass? Like, that's a bad thing? Like, we just got whipped by the Romans. They just killed, like, a bunch of us. Like, what's going on, God? Right? That's a real important question to ask, right? I mean, we all ask the sort of, like, why do bad things happen to good people question? It's like, why did we all get wiped out? Or most of us. They're very interested in why this tribulation's happening, right? And again, I say tribulation. The idea is it's real bad for a while, but for the apocalypticists, God has a plan. And not only that, the apocalypticists claim to know the plan, right? They claim to know the plan. They're also at some level interested in the end of the world, right? Now, and I say end of the world, what they're really interested in is the righteous and the wicked being separated, and the righteous being rewarded, and the wicked being damned. There's no hint of that in Israelite religion. Everybody in Israelite religion went to the same underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a good person or a bad person. You went to the same place and sucked. Well, the apocalyptists say that's not fair. Bad people will get punished. This idea comes directly probably from Zoroastrianism, right? So bad people get punished and the good people will get rewarded. That's the extent, really, of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right, why does that make sense? Well, it makes sense because a lot of good people, or at least people they thought they were good, were suffering enormously under foreign occupation. They're also interested in otherworldly journeys, right? They'll go on journeys of the various realms of heaven, or they'll go on journeys to the various parts of the afterlife. it's very dualistic. That is to say, the world in apocalyptic literature is very starkly divided between the good guys and the bad guys, right? And the good guys are going to win, bad guys are going to lose. You don't see that in Israelite religion. In Israelite religion, the prophets are, you're doing bad, but if you do good, God will not punish you. In apocalypticism is, you are bad, and God is going to destroy you. It's a much more dualistic worldview. Which again, if you study history, in times of intense political crisis, right, dualism emerges. The good guys and the bad guys, right? Whether it's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Or whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, polarize the world, and that's often how you describe. And again, I think Marxism is a kind of apocalypticism in many ways. He would hate that idea, but he can happily roll in his grave. Paying back some of that anti-Semitism on the Jewish question. So at any rate, right? Also, what's really important about apocalypticism is someone's going to fix all this, right? Because clearly, if you look at the time period being conquered by the Greeks, being conquered by the Romans, being massacred by various people, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be the ones to fix this. And so what do they say? There's going to be some kind of savior figure who's going to enter into history and fix all this. And that, of course, as it ferments a little while, becomes the fine wine of Messianism. That some person, or persons, by the way, early Messianism never agreed about how many it would be. Many people thought it would be 2 messiahs. And one of those would die, right? And another one would become a military general and win. So ancient Judaism was never clear about there being just one Messiah. Many sections of Judaism actually believe there would be at least 2. So, right? Now the Christians fix that by like having him die and come back later. They're just waiting on that last part. So they kind of roll it into one dude, which is pretty smart. Also, there's all kind of anti-Messiah characters, right? If you have a good guy fighting for the good guys, you're going to have a bad guy fighting for the bad guys. That's the Antichrist. And there are lots of different stories about the bad guys, right? Christianity really likes the bad guys too. And they make for good movies. The structure of heaven and hell is going to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe to you where you're going to go when you die or when you get resurrected, they want you to know about it. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish worlds in the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there where they like boil you in excrement forever. That sounds bad. I don't want to go there. I'm going to be a good guy, right? So they're very interested in the structures of the various heavens and the hells, and they're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what's apparent to us, the world is actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures. Typically, we now know them as angels and demons. And so, again, if you look at the Hebrew Bible, there are basically very little in terms of angels and demons. They kind of show up from time to time, right? But in the apocalyptic, they are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare for the destiny of the world, right? And every country has its own angel. Right? Michael's the angel of this country, Gabriel's the angel of this country, and every country has their own demon, etc. So the scale of things is also bigger. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Egyptians, and they kind of don't like the Assyrians. But you never have a global analysis of the world, because they're kind of a parochial people. The apocalyptic writers are not parochial. They imagine the entire world divided into countries, and they explain political science in terms of this spiritual battles that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. Their literature, which we'll talk about more in just a moment, is typically pseudo-anonymous, although they like to claim that very ancient people wrote them. So Enoch wrote this, or Abraham wrote this, or Shem wrote this. So they like to allege ancient authorship, because, if it's just like Menachem, the dude down the street, wrote this, who cares, right? Like, Manny wrote a book about angels? Oh, yeah, Manny, the guy that like fix their shoes. Like, the hell does he know, right? So, Manny the shoe guy, Manny the copper's like, Enoch wrote this, right? And so he puts Enoch's name on it, right? A patriarch who never died and was like, Noah's grandfather, whatever. Noah's father, like, yeah, Enoch, that dude, yeah, he was real. Let's read his book, right? So you throw a name like Abraham on there and people are willing to read your book. They're not going to read Manny's book about the end of the world. No one cares about what Manny thinks. So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into what makes this work, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff down? Well, the first is historical and psychological. You're living as Judahites in a world of theological and political turmoil, right? Now, I don't know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when my life is in turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, why is this happening to me? Right? Because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand something, we get power over it. You don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like throw you into a jail or whatever, right? But again, if bad things are happening to you, you want to understand why. There's no person I don't think of, right? You can be as existentialist as the day is long, right? And you're still going to want to know what's going on. Why is it happening? Right? Why is this happening? Very few people are going to suffer through immense, like, physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, guess that just happened, right? Most people don't do that. So what do? They try to explain why it's happening. Further, right, not only do they want to explain why it's happening, they want to feel like it's not for no reason. No one likes the idea that you just went through a traumatic experience and it's meaningless. You're on a rock, free from the sun, in the middle of a void, and in 4 billion years, the sun's going to swallow this planet, and every bad thing that's ever happened to you is not only not going to be a memory, this earth won't even exist. We don't want to, that doesn't make sense from a human perspective. We want to understand why our traumas are happening. We want our traumas to mean something. And so, what do they mean? Well, the overwhelming data we get from the apocalyptic literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. So this is a very deterministic literature, and that your suffering is not random. It's part of a plan. And what's that plan? The end of the world, right? The world is going in a very specific direction, and God is going to make things right. Punishing the wicked, rewarding the righteous, this is all part of the plan. I think also I'm going Nietzsche a lot tonight. What's wrong with me? Right? No, I think Nietzsche said, right, that the person who has a why can endure any how. Right? The person that has a why can endure any how. People can get through anything as long as they have a reason why it's happening to them. Right? I think I may have it backwards. Right? And so the idea here, right, is that basically what you get is you get a reason why this is happening to you. And what's the reason? It's all part of a plan. And the apocalypticist has been revealed that plan. Lastly, a big part of this entire whole drama is that no one likes being colonized. No one likes being oppressed. No one likes having their country destroyed by foreigners. No one likes foreigners moving into their country and taking all their stuff and enslaving them. No one's really about that. That's bad. And so you want to protest against it, right? You want to protest against it, right? When the French come into Algeria and destroy that country, the Algerians are like, we ain't having it, right? And they protest against it. Now, there are a lot of different ways you can protest. One way of protesting is militarily trying to fight the Romans. You can try that. And people did. And they had very limited success. You can also write books about how they're bad, and God hates them, and God's going to judge them, and God's going to kill them eventually. Now, again, as I said earlier, you can't come out and just write that way, right? Boo the Romans, Tiberius sucks, God's going to kill him. And the Romans are going to be like, that's interesting, how would you like to be crucified, right? So they're not going to do that. They're going to encode it. And if you know, you know, right? Hamavin Yavin, right? If you know, you know, and anyone who knew how to read this literature could read the code. They're like, yeah, the Romans, they don't get their ass whooped by this God who whooped their ass. And you're like, yeah. And the Romans are like, what are you reading? Like, nothing. Right? So that was a way of encoding this. Now, how does all this work? God has to tell you. God has to reveal to you the plan. You, the apocalyptic prophet. And that's what this literature is. It's the plan. It's the way the world is structured. God built the world. God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules set down by God, and everything is part of the plan. Everything's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that revealing, that uncovering. As you might imagine, in a world of turmoil, which I know Jewish people go through turmoil, right? Every once in a while, there's a little turmoil here and there, right? Little turmoil. You can imagine this was an incredibly persuasive form of religiosity. It explained why the world was the way it was, right? It described why bad things were happening. It told you where it all came from. It tells you how it's going to all end. And it tells you that the things that you're going through as a people, as an individual, are not random. And they're not punishment from God. Right? Also, by the old Israelite theology, every bad thing happening to you is punishment from Yahweh. Right? No. You're suffering because that's part of the plan in which Yahweh is secretly collaborating and is going to whoop these people. That idea, I don't know about you, right, is one of the most seductive ideas imaginable. And again, when I track this onto things like, again, folks may know, I wrote my dissertation on Marx. It's difficult to read much Marxist propaganda as anything other than repackaged apocalypse, right? It reads very much like an apocalyptic literature, right? Evil emerged with various modes of production, right? That's being driven forward by history, and eventually it's going to come to a cataclysmic battle, and then after that, everything's going to be great, right? Dictatorship, the proletariat, or whatever. You're like, didn't we heard this already, right? But Marx is like, it's material now, son. It's not God doing it. It's history. So you can see how influential this has been. The apocalyptic form of literature flourished for hundreds of years. One could even argue for 1,000 years, beginning roughly about 350 BCE and extending all the way through in the Middle Ages, honestly, right? Because, Jews with the turmoil, they continued. And so the apocalyptic literature kept being produced. Christianity is in many ways an apocalyptic religion. It's a religion that more forcefully accepts the apocalyptic paradigm than any other form of Judaism, with the exceptions of the Essenes, those folks living at Qumran that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls. They believed it so much, by the way, that when the Jews revolted against the Romans, the folks that lived at that site, if Josephus can be trusted to do anything other than make Josephus look good, they fought. They thought the world was about to come to its final end. They tried to organize a resistance to the Romans. They were massacred at 2 battles. And guess what? They stored all their scrolls in the caves near their buildings, and they never came back for them. Why? Because they were dead, because they thought this was all part of the plan. Lucky for us, scrolls sat there more or less for a couple thousand years, and now we have them. And we can even see in the literature where they're planning for this battle, even describing the banners and horns that they will be blowing in the battle. And I bet you, when that legion of Roman soldiers were like, why are they blowing horns and stuff, right? Then they were like, they think that's going to work. And then the Romans massacred them, and they left their scrolls there. Apocalypse is a hell of a drug. I mean, like, when you literally believe God is going to intervene on your behalf at the very last moment to save you, if that's your battle plan, stay home, right? If that's your strategy, and that was their strategy, it seems. Many of the big books of the Hebrew Bible, like the book of Daniel, is imbued with apocalypticism. The War Scroll and the Dead Sea Scrolls is a very apocalyptic text. Perhaps the most famous apocalyptic text of all time is the book of Enoch, a book not included in either Christian or Jewish literature, but preserved, thank God, by the heroic people of Ethiopia, who have never been colonized, FYI, because they fought like the devil to have it not happen, and they're brilliant tacticians. But they preserved all these writings that are so important in Judaism. So anytime I think about what the Ethiopian people have done to preserve Jewish writings, I am in enormous thanks for what they've done. So what's going to also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the Merkava mysticism, which we'll be discussing next time. How do you get this vision? How do you go see what God has to show you, or what angels have to show you? Well, spiritual techniques were developed for this, and a new form of mysticism arose as a subset of apocalypticism in which mystics described going into God's palaces and being shown this stuff. We'll get to them next week. It's scary. As you might imagine, I wouldn't mess with any angels. Apocalyptic Judaism, right, and rabbinical Judaism, however, never quite saw eye to eye. The rabbis never fully embraced apocalypticism, right? Because the rabbis are all about the day-to-day keeping on of religious survival, not the titanic battle at the end, right? The rabbis are more like, how do we do Judaism now the temple's destroyed? How do we move the temple into our home? And the apocalyptic people out there being like, God's going to judge these people tomorrow. right? So, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism was never quite meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And again, I gave you this one famous quote from the Talmud, right? It says that for every time you try to calculate when the Messiah will come, God delays the coming of the Messiah the years that you calculated in the future. The rabbis don't like this, right? When Rabbi Akiva said, right, that Shimon bar Kokhba is the Messiah and will save us all, the other rabbis made fun of him. They're like, grass will grow in your cheeks before the Messiah comes. Like, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately, grass didn't grow in his cheeks because he didn't get buried because he was burned alive for supporting the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So, sometimes history is mean, right? The apocalyptic is very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly popular. On the screen right now is a short list of all of the apocalyptic literature from this time period. If I were to grab my collection of apocalyptic literature off the shelf, it would be longer than the Hebrew Bible. An enormous amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre. Dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are more copies of the Book of Enoch than there are copies of Leviticus. That's Torah, folks. That's like the Torah. The Torah. There are more copies of the Book of Enoch there, right? They're more interested in Enoch. If we can take the amount of scrolls they had, right, as any indication. So the apocalyptic literature was incredibly important. And even with the rise of Christianity, it didn't stop being produced. We have dozens of Christian apocalyptic texts, right, including the Apocalypse of John, but other ones. You might be asking why. Well, Jesus had that pesky habit of not coming back soon enough. And Christians underwent turmoil too. They were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being marginalized by the Jewish people that didn't really like them. They thought they were weird. They faced their own turmoil. Jesus wasn't coming back, and people started dying. Well, what do we do with people dying and Jesus not coming back? Year after year after year. Well, you invent further and further apocalyptic ideas about what's going on. And the persecutions are all part of the plan. Right? Martyrdom becomes a thing you should rush into because it's part of God's plan. Right? Part of God's plan. Of course, also in the Islamic literature, apocalypticism would also become enormously influential, and many apocalyptic Christian and Jewish ideas also make their appearance in the Quran. The Dajjal is a good example of a sort of antichrist character, the Battle of Gog and Magog, the main battle at the end of the world, which occurs in the book of Daniel and is translated into the book of the Battle of Megiddo and in the Christian literature. Even the return of Jesus and the resurrection of the dead, these are all apocalyptic ideas that also occur in Islam. So Islam is also deeply influenced, and in some sense, an apocalyptic religion in itself. Judaism is going to increasingly abandon apocalypticism. And the answer for that is the same answer why the book of Maccabees is not included in the Bible. The rabbis, right, and also, by the way, why the Hanukkah festival is not about the Maccabees, it's about a miracle. The reason why? Disastrous rebellion after disastrous rebellion. The rabbis didn't want any more Rambos. They were tired of that machismo, we're going to fight the Roman stuff, because it just got us killed. So they said, we're not doing that anymore, and we're not going to prioritize that. And so as you can imagine, this apocalyptic literature really gears people up to do rather extreme things, right? Because again, they all think it's part of the plan, and God's going to intervene in history and do whatever. And it doesn't happen. Over and over and over again, it doesn't come to pass. But the rabbis don't like this, they think it's dangerous, and they marginalize it. And eventually rabbinical Judaism, right, moves past apocalyptic literature. And very little of it gets produced. Well, not so much. Very little gets produced in the aftermath of the 135 rebellion by Bar Kokhba, but there is some, right? There are some texts that do get produced, like the Apocalypse of the 10 Signs, and Perkem Mashiach, and things like this. So the literature does survive a little bit longer. Just to wrap up for tonight, folks, needless to say, apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity, I would argue is the most enduring mode of religiosity in the world today. So enduring that apocalyptic ideas have entered even into things like Buddhism, right? Apocalyptic ideas flowing from this tradition have even entered into things like Buddhism. Om Shirinko is a good example of an apocalyptic quasi-Buddhist sect. You may remember them for having poisoned the subway system in Japan with sarin gas in the 1990s as part of an apocalyptic agenda. To this day, in a 2012 poll, nearly 15% of people worldwide believe the world will end in their lifetime. That's millions of people, folks. That's hundreds of millions of people that believe the world's going to end in their lifetime. That's an apocalyptic idea, right? And apocalyptic sects are a huge part of American religiosity. One can think of the Branch Davidians out there in Waco, Texas, and other kinds of things. And again, of course, those folks, part of the reason what motivated them to stay in that building was an apocalyptic understanding of history. And of course, that probably led to them being massacred by the U.S. government. They had their own hand to play in it too, but I do think that was pretty significant mismanagement. Anyway. Well, Rabbinical Judaism and Kabbalah are going to win the day over and against apocalypticism. Apocalypticism was enormously important over the course of about 500 years in Judaism specifically, and it has made an enormous impact on world religiosity. I might even argue, like I said earlier, that apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity is perhaps the dominant religious mode in the world today. Right? I would be willing to make that argument, I think. But what's going to emerge in terms of mysticism for the purposes of our learning together is that a form of practical apocalypticism, that is to say, a mysticism in which mystics attempt to descend into the throne room of God, is going to emerge out of the apocalyptic literature. And that form of mysticism is going to be what we'll be talking about next week, called Merkabah mysticism. Merkabah, chariot mysticism. You also may know the word Merkabah because the Israelis have named a tank their equivalent of the M1 Abrams after the chariot of God, which just seems inappropriate for a lot of reasons. But at any rate, what I want to put on the screen right now are just some recommended readings. If you want to grab these ISBNs, and I'm going to share these slides with everybody for the class so you can have access to the slides later. But if you want a great apocalyptic literature reader, it's just a collection of apocalyptic literature. This is a really great text by Reddish. The large scholar of apocalypticism in the world now is John J. Collins. His book, The Apocalyptic Imagination, is the definitive study of apocalypticism. It's the book, right? If you take a college-level class on apocalypticism, you'll be reading Collins' book. If you're interested in Christian apocalypticism, Bernard McGinn, the leading scholar in Christian mysticism, has written a really great book about apocalyptic traditions in the Middle Ages. People like Joachim of Fior, who's nuts in the most amazing way possible. And of course, also John Reeves has published another text on trajectories in Near Eastern apocalypticism, and this actually covers Jewish apocalypticism through the Middle Ages, which doesn't get much play. Most of it because a lot of it's not been translated, but Reeves provides a great introduction to that literature, which is also forms of apocalypticism that survived into Jewish apocalypticism that survived into the Middle Ages. So, again, another form of mysticism that emerges from the breakdown of prophecy, but renovates prophecy to do a phenomenologically different task, to show rather than tell. And show what? The whole plan of the universe, and how you, as a Jew, right, or as a non-Jew, maybe as a Roman, how you fit into it, right? And that form of mysticism, I think, is just incredibly important. Christianity, I mean, we all seen these, Christian folks that are predicting the world or whatever. None of this is imaginable without the apocalyptic turn in Judaism during beginning in the 4th century BC. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah.
Go fuck yourself. What the fuck happened here? They didn't record? They didn't record there? What the fuck? Alright, well maybe this is a lost episode. Something's recording, I'm sure. Really? No one knows. Good job recording that shit. Fuck. Anyway, I'm sure we'll figure it out. Okay, again, this is how much. Oh. What is this bullshit? What areas?
Picture in the time when we start the episode to the end of the episode of the people on the show and what happened, and it's always insane and crazy and unbelievably well done. The short amount of time that he does it. What's happened? And we have some gigs coming up. Stand Up Live in Phoenix in September. I'll be in Toronto, and I'm going to be in Toronto for Just for Laughs, guys. I don't know if I'm allowed to announce that yet, but whoopsie, I just did. And then maybe some other gigs in Canada that I'm not allowed to talk about maybe just yet. I don't know why I wouldn't be allowed to talk about it. That probably means it's a pretty big deal. So if there's some big deal happening in Canada in the next few months, I'm probably going to be there too. But yeah, you see what I did there?
Just confused everybody.
And everybody in this room, but the Canadians right now are like, oh, I know exactly what he's talking about. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck yeah. So let's get it going, shall we? Every week I have two amazing guests on the show. This one, very special. Very excited to have these two on. Two of my favorite comedians. Two of my favorite correspondents from The Daily Show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Al Magical and a soft Monty, everybody. Unbelievable. Awesome. Al Magical. It's exciting. Fuck yeah, guys. Get on in.
Hey.
Here they are. Al, this is your second time on the show.
Second time. I think I was too nice the first time.
Fuck yeah. I love that. We're going to let it rip tonight. Asif, I guess that means you're good.
It's awesome. Yes.
Yes. Awesome.
Yes. I don't. This is like sort of an American Idol comedy kind of thing, right? Where we just get to be good cop, bad cop.
Sort of. Sort of. There's no. I mean, there's no winners or losers.
Exactly.
We just talk to them. Sometimes it's constructive criticism, and that can be great.
Yeah.
And either way, that's
what
sign
people
up
tell you
for
when they say you suck.
I said this
That was
last time.
constructive
I
criticism.
can't believe any of you fuckers subject yourself to this shit. I know this is a good podcast, but
you wouldn't have signed up for this when you first started comedy.
Fuck no. Under no circumstances would I have ever signed up for this. I barely did open mics when I first started out. I fucking hated the entire process. I looked at one guy. We just started in San Francisco at this place called the Luggage Store, which is like fucking tenderloin, homeless people passed out. I looked at my buddy, I'm like, what do we need to do to get into comedy clubs? He goes, oh, you call this number every fucking night. I go, I'm just going to do that. And I just started fucking doing that. And never, ever do this in a million years. But good luck.
You know, every week, instead of me asking a question, I like to leave it in somebody else's hands to ask our esteemed guests a question. So I always have Pat Reagan, the band leader, do it, something that he might want to know.
Yeah, Pat, what do you got?
Go right ahead.
All right. Well, first for Asif, I have a question. I got this theory, this uneducated theory that recycling is bullshit. And I just want to know, do you think recycling does any good for the planet?
I have never recycled a single thing in my life.
He burns it in his backyard, just like
I burn things. Yeah, I just create huge bonfires. No, I think recycling is probably a good thing. I would encourage people to recycle. That's what I would say. Go out and recycle. I never know where the fuck to do it though. Where do you? I never see any. There's no, like in my building. There's no green. Cans or blue cans.
What if it just all goes in the same place?
All in the. Here's what I do. I have about 45 plastic. Bottles of water, empty. The water bottles in the back of my car on the floor because I'm waiting to recycle them. But I don't know where there's a place to do it. So I just drive around LA with like a huge pile of just water, plastic.
All you gotta do is find the nearest old Chinese lady
and just give them to her.
Open up your car door and show those
drink this tonight. And then
hey Pat, why don't you stick to fucking playing songs and not asking shit questions?
Yeah,
that was the worst.
I was just gonna. I totally agree with you, Al.
That was the worst.
Wow, Pat Reagan from 3-point range. Pretty fitting that it was a recycling joke because that joke was garbage. You son of a bitch. That was unrecyclable garbage. And you better hope you have a better question for Mr. Magical.
First of all, I'm glad you knew the difference. You know that we get confused for each other constantly? on the day, like anytime I'm off doing something, there's a U.S. News and World Report article.
Asif, Mom.
He was in Virginia today, and it's fucking just a picture of him, and I was there. And
it's like you have a beard. It's so, like, you know what I mean? Like, we're completely different, right? You have
glasses, beard, hair.
You have hair. You know,
you do have excellent taste. Shirts.
Yeah.
You guys are both brown.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You think that's the reason why? Because
I think so. I think that's all.
It's just a shade of brown. Like I've even been mistaken for Wyatt at times in New York. Yeah. He's the black guy on the show. Or was on the show. But you know, Wyatt had a huge afro and like a long, and it was like I would get mistaken for him all the time. I think white people panic when they see brown people and they don't know like what would happen. Here's what I think happens. They see you, they know that you're not me, but I'm the name they come up with in their head. So they they're like you're Wyatt. How's it? Like they just throw out a name of one of the brown guys, hoping that it will land. Don't you think?
I just anytime somebody comes up to me and says, "Asif, love your stuff," I just
say,
"Fuck
you."
I know I do. I go, "Fuck you," and I walk away. I'm like, So
I did that once.
I'm glad you know the difference between us. But what is your question for me?
Okay, Al, and I don't want to come at you from a place of hostility.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't, because that would be a huge fucking mistake.
I know. I don't want this.
Now, you're a San Francisco comic. Are you not? Did I hear that the last time? Oh,
you're from the Bay. But I didn't start the Bay.
Oh,
okay. Down here. But yeah.
Another fucking mistake.
My question.
Go ahead.
Wait. I don't want you to make fun of me all night.
I won't.
Okay. Anyways, so I have this long-standing.
That was the most pathetic thing
I've ever heard. He gets shit on a lot.
I really don't want you to make fun of me all night.
I joined the show with so much. I held myself in such a high regard.
You held yourself in high regard. So you just said?
See, but now everything I said is now
make fun of him all night.
I did, okay.
You know you're on stage with a guitar, though, right?
You know you're talking right now, right? You know that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. This is my favorite thing, by the way. He totally did. He became the new band leader about 8 or 9 weeks ago, and I just watched him.
Where's the band? There's no band. Why are you calling him a? He's a guy with a guitar.
I told him he could do whatever he wanted. He could have any of his bandmates with him, and he just soaks it all in for himself.
You can't call yourself a band leader when you're just sitting there with a guitar. That's
Tony calls me a band leader. But you're right. You're right. I won't even.
We're not the first people to shit on.
Oh no, but that's exactly what I was getting at. Is over the last 8 or 9 weeks, I've gotten to watch him get slowly drained of every ounce of confidence.
By super experienced comedian,
right? Just people that he totally looks up to. He wants you guys to like him so much, and every other guest that I've had on over the last 8 weeks, and they just lay into him.
You seem like a nice guy.
What's your question for Al?
All right, Al. So this is a very ignorant perspective, but I feel like all the money to charities just goes to lining the people who run charities' pockets.
That's true.
Do you think charities are bullshit?
A lot of them are. A lot of them are. A lot of people are lining their pockets, but they're also lining themselves with the feeling of basically self-worth. I watch all these. Look, charities do an amazing amount of stuff. You can't shit on charities.
You just shit on charities a second ago.
But I think I know that Wyclef Jean or whatever the fuck his name is. Do you look into that charity? Look into a lot of celebrities with charities that take all the money and use it on private planes. Yeah, a lot of them are fucking shit. And so if you want to answer the
Michael
question.
Vick's charity.
Michael Vick's charity, I know nothing about. But
I'm pretty sure Pat's asking this question because his new career is having a charity for the career that he was going to have before.
Yeah, why these questions? Why the recycling and the charity questions? I'm in a cynical spot place. So I'm just like thinking that everything
that's good
under describe the surface, it's just like darkness under everything. Charity, recycling, anything that like people say like, they want to save the planet, but you're not getting. Kill yourself if you want to save the planet.
No, Henry Phillips already exists. He can't be a fucking depressed guitar comic. You are a guitar comic.
I'm a musician.
You're a musician.
Sound like a guitar comic.
Yeah.
But
no, I'm a musician.
You're a guitar comic. You're a comedian who uses the guitar because your jokes aren't
because I've written songs all my life. I'm a musician, dude. Listen, like...
Well, he just duded you. We have a dude. Wait a second. He's duding everybody. For those of you paying attention, there was a dude fired off.
It's like...
It's like... I'm sorry. I was half paying attention to the fact. I just heard a shitload of the Stetisonic fucking callbacks. And
experienced comics come up and shit on me playing guitar, but it's like, that's what I do, is I write songs.
We know.
I'm a songwriter.
I'm up here, and I don't know, Al. I don't know, man.
You duded tonight. Just know that before we move on right now, which is about to happen right now, just know you duded here tonight.
I'm just trying to get in shape for whatever comics come up. So that's all I'm doing. No offense. You seem like you're very talented guy. And you're very nice and
He's
charming.
just not showing any of it right now tonight. But
the other night,
just not as a musician.
I think with other band leaders, you just gotta laugh.
Look how upset he's getting.
It's serious. I've never seen him like
biting
this.
his lip.
You're just gonna laugh. You go,
Yeah, no, the fake, like.
Yeah, just do that.
Can you do that? Yeah, I can do that.
That's good. That's all we fucking want out of
That's all we want. That's all we need.
And that's good. Somebody else to ask questions.
That's why he's my band leader.
Slap again. Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
There it is.
That's it.
And he can play a chord.
That's all you gotta do.
I feel like we could destroy Pat Reagan all night, but
let's bring out the comedian.
Instead, let's do that. Over 30 comedians signed up for the opportunity to do 60 seconds of stage time here tonight. This bucket is filled with pieces of paper with you, young or old, just starting, anything. It's always crazy. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear that sound of a kitty. Oh, that's adorable. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you go. Wow. There you go. They wonder why the speaker system's broken every week here. It's because of 3 seconds of bear roar. Anyway, we're going to have a lot of fun. Let's get this thing started. Are you guys ready? It's Kill Tony 111 or something like that. Something insanely ridiculous. Here we go, everybody. Your first comedian tonight goes by the name of Cameron Drexler. Here we go.
How was your Father's Day, everybody? Father's Day's kind of tough, though, right? I mean, my dad wasn't around and left my mom single, 3 hot babies. There's no, online dating back then when I grew up. And she ended up marrying a Jehovah's Witness. I was like, I know it's hard to find a man, but did you have to marry the first guy that knocked on your door? At least wait for a salesman. Let's get some Encyclopedia Britannicas or something. Yeah, but I was just grateful. Grateful to have a dad. I don't care if it's a stepdad. As soon as he came in, I was like, Dad! He's like, Dale. Dale was cool. He was one of those guys that used to tan with the shirt on, but then he would wear, not button-ups, button-downs, so you could see his red neck. So,
man.
Here we go. There you go. That was his time, Cameron.
Thank you.
Al Madrigal.
You certainly got all the beats down. What made you want to become a stand-up comic?
It's just an exercise.
An exercise. Exactly. That's what I thought. No, it's not.
No, I like comedy.
Yeah, whatever. How do you have a commercial agent?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. So, listen, just because that's fucking working out, no. Trust me, this is the worst part about stand-up comedy in LA, as far as I'm concerned. People who can't do that well decide that this is something that they can do for a career, and then people notice them if they fucking start doing stand-up, and it fucking kills me. And so, I appreciate that you have the fucking beats and the tempo down, but this is the fucking one of the worst parts about LA and stand-up, is having to watch guys like you fucking with their boots and their nice jeans fucking come up and do what people who have decided that their life's calling is not, I have it in my act, it's a line in my act. What my life's calling is somebody else's fucking last resort. And that's not the case. So I appreciate that you got the fucking beats down, but fucking beat it.
Unbelievable. Perhaps one of my favorite feedbacks ever on this show. Hundreds of episodes.
Happy Father's Day.
Wow. Cameron,
I liked it. I think you have a future. I think you're very good looking, which helps, and you're white and good looking. So life is going to be fine for you. You don't need to do this. You're going to be fucking fine. It doesn't matter what you do. You're going to come out on top.
He's just trying to balance me out.
No, I'm just saying, like, this guy doesn't.
Oh, you're going to be fine.
To do comedy,
you don't need to do
you're a handsome white man. Are you straight?
Quit taking ugly comic stage time.
White man. You're gonna be totally.
I just haven't met the right man yet, you know.
So you do some acting.
Yeah.
Are you an actor?
You have to be good at that.
Just do that.
Yeah, okay. You'd play a great Dexter if I wanted to kill himself. Like Dexter that just kills himself each episode. I'd watch that.
He's a good actor.
Yeah, thank you.
You act.
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Thankfully, how are things in your neck of the woods?
Come up here, it's great.
Yeah. No, I don't know why you'd fucking do this.
It's what? It's gonna rain? Alright, well, just stay inside. You'll be fine.
How long have you been trained stand-up?
Too long to admit it to this crowd.
How long?
This crowd, I don't.
The real answer.
What's the answer?
Real answer?
No, it's
7
Yes,
years.
sir.
Oh, non-stop. All right.
All right. Why don't you know how long you'll be in here? Oh, like almost more than 300. Your 1 year anniversary is this summer. Yes, sir. It's pretty amazing. You're not going anywhere, are you? Good, because I love having you here. That's right. One day we could have a big dedication to you because you're so amazing. Yes, sir. It'd be exciting. Okay. Well, just stay safe and the weather will pass. Stay dry, my man. Okay, good. Oh, you had a game cancellation? Okay, well, then you need to stay safe. You'll be fine, though. Yep, well, I'm here to keep you company, big man. If you need any, yes, ma'am. If you need anything, let me know. I know you will, big dog. Yes, you are, and I love it. I love it more than just about anything in the world, my friend. Excellent. You are right at home. This is your home. This is your digital home, friend. Excellent. Same here, my friend. I love having you as a friend. No, it's not. No, it's not. But this one is. We're always doing something fun. Yeah, I did his podcast yesterday, and I'm going to do it next Sunday and the following Sunday, God willing. And I'm doing another podcast later today, so that should be fun. You want to be in the yes, sir. Well, they interview me, so that's basically what they do. We talk about cool stuff, then they publish it, and then we get more people finding out about what we do, which is cool. Ye- Yeah, they just do a lot of work for me that's like tedious and boring, and so they make things more efficient. Yeah, why don't you restart that device and we'll see if we can figure it out. Absolutely. Oh, you're out in the car? Oh, which one? Okay, good. That's wonderful. I see you now. I see you now. Hey, there you go, big dog. Yes, sir. In the flesh. The man, the myth, the legend. Brandon. That's you. Yes, sir. I see you're always screen sharing cool stuff. That's great. I love when you screen share sports. That's my favorite. Yes, sir. Everything. You're Mr. Sport. They could just call you Mr. Sport. That's right. That's right, my friend. Very well. That's right. You got a girlfriend? No way. Good for you, Brandon. Good on you, my man. Look at you, little Romeo. Excellent, my man. Well, that's great to hear. That's cool. Yeah, you could be a sportscaster someday. That would be neat. Yes, sir. That's cool, my man. Oh, really? You're a weather geek? You like the weather? Okay, very cool. Well, very well. So you like when it rains or no? Yeah, yeah. Now, right. Okay.
it's not the grind wedge like you, sir. 7
I can't
years.
fucking take it anymore. See you later.
By Cameron Drexler, everybody. There he goes. There he goes.
It is frustrating, isn't it, Al? Like,
I don't like it.
It's not the grind wedge like you, sir. 7
I can't
years.
fucking take it anymore. See you later.
By Cameron Drexler, everybody. There he goes. There he goes.
It is frustrating, isn't it, Al? Like,
I don't like it. I don't like the fucking actor turn stand up.
You're right. No stand-up stuff.
Other way around. That's fine.
This is the fucking greatest. This is a
I was so
war
nice.
zone.
To each his own. Do whatever you want to do. Fuck.
Now I'm just hoping everybody bombs all night. So they can watch more of that. That's amazing. Put your hands together for Sean Hart, everyone. Here we go. Sean Hart.
Thank you so much. I tried fucking a trapezoid the other day, but I couldn't get an angle on it at the time. It was really embarrassing. I was at a geometry orgy. There were parallelograms and rhombuses and trapezoids, but no one was fucking. What a bunch of squares! Am I right? What a... Embarrassing. I tried, let's see. You guys into Suicide Girls at all? By round of happy applause? Anybody like Suicide Girls? Yes! Yes, wonderful. Nothing more punk rock than really well-lit softcore pornography. I'm endeavoring to become a pornographer myself. I'm going to start a site with the Jewish and Armenian girls. I'm calling it Genocide Girls. Is anyone going to subscribe to my website? No, no one will. You think punk rock tattoos are hot? Wait till you see the state issue tattoos that my girls have. Yes. I just flew into town, and boy, are my arms tired because I had to strangle a baby the entire flight. Anyone else ever have to mercilessly just... What's the deal with airplane food? It's always crying and screaming for its mother. I ate the child, everyone. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, thank you.
Wow. One of the first people to ever do 6 minutes in 1 minute.
Yeah, no.
Man. I just don't, I mean, you went geometry and genocide.
Yes.
That's, I mean, I'm the good guy. That was brave of you. That was a brave choice to go not funny. Right? I think that was brave. I mean, get up here, it's not easy, and to, dress the way you dress. And what is that? What's that? This. I'm wondering if it's the whole package thing.
Yeah, it's
the whole
really
presentation.
Interesting. Not a lot of people purposefully dress like a school shooter, but you really pulled it off here tonight. Like, there's got to be some guns in those pockets, right? That's the only time a white kid wraps a black hoodie around his waist.
Al, you're...
No, it's Monday night. I don't think anybody should be looking too slick coming in this place. That was the problem with the fucking first guy. But
now the pendulum may have swung in the other direction.
Yeah, a little bit. But that's fine. I saw you sitting in the back with that other guy listening to some music. What was that about?
He's a musician. I am too. I was just listening to some stuff he made.
Jesus, just everybody a musician?
Everyone's just basically...
Who here wants to be a stand-up comedian? Is that anybody? So tell me about music. How's that going?
That's going pretty good.
Yeah.
In a comedy band. We tour a lot. That's
cool. What's that called?
Tartar Control.
Oh, that's fun.
Like a toothpaste.
Yeah. And then, do any of, you purposely, not get laughs? Is that your thing? You're just gonna go, no, I've seen it happen. It's a device that a lot of people use. And so you're gonna,
Wait, comics use the...
Yeah. So, it's sort of so you intentionally are trying
Sometimes
to,
it starts a little
stand-up.
awkward at first.
Yeah.
I don't mean to mock stand-up, but it starts awkward, usually, as it just did now, as you can see.
Yeah, no, 1 minute, again, I'm going to say it one more time. 1 minute, impossible. Did I tell the story last time I was here when the guy gave us 3 minutes? I told him to go fuck himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so wouldn't even do 3, don't know how you're doing this, but balls for everybody to do this, great. So, but you just in general, that's how you typically would start a set.
I tend to feel nervous initially, so I feel like it's good to.
Yeah, but you seem like you're a funny guy in your band, whatever. You're a funny guy, right? You sort of look like this emaciated Mike Horowitz, like, right? And so,
How long have you been?
I just don't think he should start with the geometry.
Oh no, I know.
I think that's just too it's too much to think about right off the top.
It was also your tempo, man. Like right now, you're talking normal.
No, of course. I was trying to push everything for time. I was just trying to cram.
Don't ever do that. That just made it awkward. We all got coke buzz.
Yeah, anybody could do that at any point. You could take a hour-long set and do a half an hour, and if nobody understands what the fuck you're saying in a half an hour, then it's not worth it.
But I'm just trying to, what I'm trying to gauge, guys, is it does go well for you sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. Occasionally. All right. No, but what's your percentage of having great sets?
75%.
75% of your sets are great sets.
Great sets, 75%. I'd say that's a high ratio for anybody. But you're going 75% great.
Okay.
How much is good?
Maybe
90%? 95%?
What's your definition of great?
Yeah.
Everybody has a really good time. Set the bar low.
Okay, so
why it's
they could be drunk and then.
Has anyone seen him out doing spots?
Sean, I didn't recognize you because when you perform a Target Control, what do you guys wear?
Ties.
Ties.
Yeah, that's a fucking crazy disguise,
right? There's a robot and they scream. There's a robot and they scream.
Whoa, do I smell a musician rivalry over here? Uh-oh. Wow. Throwing them under the...
Would you consider what you do singing?
Yeah, I sing.
You sing, but Pat thinks you scream.
Oh, my buddy screams.
It's pretty punk. It's like punk, but with like electronic beats with a robot on stage.
So, and then would you prefer that went well? Like if you could, Target Control took off, and what do you care about more, Target Control or your stand-up career?
Good question. I feel like it's all the same thing.
I'm pretty sure it's Target Control.
I do a lot of different kind of performances, but the one that's always sucked, as you may have seen, is the stand-up, which is why I've worked on it for so long.
How long?
Yeah, what's that?
A long time, like 13 years now.
Wow.
Yeah, you see what it's
But see, what happens with a lot of us is, and everybody else can take this note, is distracted by so many things that you could never be good at stand-up. And so if you don't focus on it, then it's never going to fucking come to fruition, pal.
That's true.
Yep.
All right. Sean Hart.
Thanks for the
Thank you.
He's on Twitter at Sean Anthony Hart. Cameron Drexler's Brex AFX. There you go. A guy who's been doing stand-up 13 years. The guy before him has been doing it 7 years.
Crazy.
That's what I love about this show is somebody that's been doing it for 2 weeks is about to come up here and murder right now.
Well,
it happens every fucking week.
Can
I
I
feel
just say
so
this?
bad for the guy
Yeah, can I say this real quick?
Yeah.
But they've been doing so much other shit. They're so distracted that they haven't really been doing it. Somebody who has been doing it for a year and a half has done more stand-up than both those guys combined, for sure.
There you go. Motherfuckers.
Do I seem like...
Who's next?
Ooh, somebody wrote their name down on with green ink. That's always a little bit foreshadowing of always something interesting. When people don't use a normal pen. That's one of the things I learned from this sign-up piece of paper.
And that's crayon.
Yeah, it's basically fucking crayon. This is a first. Put your hands together for Tom Howard, everyone. Oh, he knew it was him. He knew he has the green crayon. It's a little warning. Tom Howard, everyone.
So, I'm
I'm trying to decide whether or not I like my friends. I was walking down the street with a buddy of mine, and this very attractive girl walks by us. And not even 5 feet when she walks past, he nudges me in the arm and he goes, "I'm a ruined that pussy." And he keeps walking. Now, 2 things. One, it's completely disrespectful. And the other, why would you want to ruin a pussy? Why would that be your goal in life? Like, it brings joy and happiness to millions of men. Why would you do that? You know what happens to a pussy when you ruin it? It becomes a vagina. And nobody wants a vagina. That's for, like, popping out kids and disappointing husbands after 12 years of marriage. So, I haven't got laid in a while. It's been about 1 week. Not 1 week, the numerical value, since the song 1 Week by the Bare Naked Ladies came out. Found it there. I really liked the 1 week joke. It didn't get a laugh from anyone, but I would have laughed if I was a human being in the audience.
The vagina joke is good also. I saw what you were getting at. It's too bad there's not like a word that you could use that sounds more sicker or textbook style. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say find a different word. Now, vagina,
Clitoris? Well, no, I don't know if you know this, Tom. I know it's been a while, but let me tell you, the clitoris isn't actually a word for vagina. It's heart.
That's the pussy boner.
Oh. It's a different area completely, Tom.
There's a reason why you haven't gotten laid.
It's going to be the first time where a comedian learns about the birds and the bees after.
Can we back up to talk about what are you a musician?
No.
Are you an actor, commercial actor?
Comic.
You're a stand-up comic. All right, there's the first one, folks. It's a big round of applause for the stand-up comedian, ladies and gentlemen. He looks like a stand-up. He dresses like a stand-up. He acts like a stand-up. He has material like a stand-up. This is an actual stand-up. Comic, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing.
I still think you should quit.
Well, it's very interesting with that first joke. Dave Chappelle does a very similar joke about 50 Cent beat that pussy up, and you should watch that and see what he does with it. Pretty fucking amazing. Yeah, Dave Chappelle. But like that just will sort of show you where you can take that premise, don't you think? Like because you watch what he did with it, and
Also, Joe Rogan had one using a dick instead of a dick and a penis. Like, no one wants to suck a penis. Same kind of thing, though.
Yeah. No, and you're going to find that most stuff has been done. But did your friend really say that, or you write that?
I used to belong to a frat. I had a lot of friends.
Yeah. So that's really funny.
Where at? Where's the frat? OSU. Ohio State.
Sorry.
Oh, wow.
We're on the West Coast. I know that means everything down here.
Oh, wow. No, it's great. So I would go with very specific stuff about the fraternity and stuff like that you would maybe, and other people would have a hard time writing that did not go to Ohio State. Go to that fraternity. So that might be your first place. Like, write down all of that shit and start, and you write it.
So you're basically saying just don't do Dave Chappelle jokes.
I'm saying that really, really, really write from a place that no one else can, and that's very specific to you, and start there, and then everything will.
But when you write, Tom, don't write with a green crayon.
Yeah.
Do you think one of the reasons why you don't get laid is because when you're signing a check on a date, you pull out a green crayon? What's the deal with it? What's the story with the green?
Well, I just stole a pen off my roommate's table. Russian here.
So I think the reason I don't get laid is I'm usually out the door. Out the door. Gotcha. If you had be falling flat at every turn. Really, of
worse? Do you think
No, it's best in this case.
What is the vagina? I mean,
think,
obviously you have no idea how to please a woman.
When this is happening, if any other comics come up here and don't try to make jokes at this stage, just answer the fucking questions and everything will be fine. So just answer the questions. So you've been doing it for how long?
October. So
Since October.
9 months.
I mean, big round of applause.
Yeah.
I think, and again, I don't care if I offend them, better than the other two combined, just because this is it. Now, you're out here, where do you live, what are you trying to do? You're coming here every night, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out every night. I got work, but...
How many spots are you doing, like, a week?
Probably, I do about 2 on average. Probably like 10 a week. 10 a week, yeah.
Oh, 10 a week.
Maybe, I mean, like trying to do 2 a night, but it's mostly places like Sal's where
When you work,
where are you working? Where are you making money? I work at Home Depot in Sunset.
Oh, interesting.
It's got to be with some material, right?
Yeah, that really is. That's great. A frat guy. You have a college education from Ohio State, and you work at a Home Depot.
Yes.
That's all my material. That's like a half hour worth of shit.
What do you do at the Home Depot? I sell doors.
Wow.
This is getting better and better. It's just like you don't ever have to use the word vagina in your act. Like you've got all this great material in your life.
Especially since you know a lot more about doors than you do vaginas.
Right. Exactly.
I think that was productive.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us?
No, do you guys, how do you feel about the new host of the Daily Show?
Oh, about stand-up.
Fuck,
Are you
looking at
working Newsweek? I don't understand. So, about
anything about my delivery? You guys are working on beyond just material.
Oh, that's just, it's going to take you, I mean...
I do have a problem with your delivery. I ordered a door about 3 weeks ago. I moved, and I'm waiting for...
Nice.
Yeah,
I think that's our closer, right? Good night. Thank you.
Tom Howard, everybody. See, people can do good, and they're new. We had a girl on last week that had only done it 7 times ever, and she fucking murdered like 10 punchlines in 60 seconds without rushing it. It can happen. And maybe this person will do it. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Kayla Crawford. Kayla Crawford, everybody.
Oh,
there's girl. Kayla Crawford.
You know what that means?
Oh, she just got blacklisted. There it is.
Good job.
Done. The end of show business for you. Put your hands together for William Larkin.
Have you seen William Larkin before?
Oh, from the middle of the audience, William Larkin.
Can I stop you before you even start? I love this. No, this is what I'm fucking talking about. What else is he gonna do? Like, this is the same, it's the same way I feel about myself. I love it. I love him already. I don't care what the fuck comes out here.
It's because he's wearing the same shirt as you.
Yeah, that's a little bit of it.
That's why.
But
You're
already
gonna be disappointed.
No, don't say that. Just fucking. All right, here we go.
Guys, give it up for
William Larkin, everybody.
So I just got a dog, a puppy, and drive home's all like getting married, you know. I'm wondering, is this really worth it? Is this the one? You know, thought monogamy was a religious thing. In the old days, people used to have sex with lots of puppies. He's a boy dog, and when I lived with my parents, had a girl. You want to give her a belly rub, just go to town on her. You know, no big deal. Got to be a little bit more careful with a boy dog. It's a fine line between a belly rub and a hand job. You know what I'm saying? So I haven't given him one yet, but his birthday's coming. So we will see on that one. Yep.
Told you it was gonna be good.
Didn't write the jokes on my hand because that would be unprofessional. Anyways, whenever you have a dog, he chooses who he loves more, the mom or the dad, right? But we don't know who he loves more because he cuddles with my wife more, but he humps me more. So I don't know, am I just a booty call or is there something more here? I don't know. Yes.
Fuck yeah, William Larkin.
Yeah.
What did I say?
How magical. Really won that set. You stole that set from him.
I love how
with your amazing dead-on prediction.
I love how Al's like, you know what? I was too nice last time I was on the show.
Yeah. and then all of a sudden, 100 episodes in, you're the first comedian ever to just get the complete nod of approval before a word comes out of his mouth.
Because look at this.
Instincts, and you were right.
But you look like the. I mean, did everybody see the he molests dogs? Isn't that funny? Doesn't he look like he molests dogs?
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's the perfect act for you. No advice from a guy doing it perfectly.
William, where are you from?
Phoenix, Arizona.
How long have you been on stand-up?
Almost a year.
Perfect. This is who we like. Creepy guys.
What else? You do acting or music or anything?
No, I do either of those things.
Yeah.
There you go.
Take some acting classes. Yeah, I cast you.
You might.
I'm not saying no. I want to take
and that's the thing. I think you're onto something there because I would suggest you take an acting class. As an actor myself, I feel like it would help you. I mean, I think your material is funny. I think you could project a little bit.
Okay.
And you could make a little bit more eye contact.
Yeah.
You could have a little bit more stage presence.
I love him just as weird as he
I
is
know.
right
No, I
now.
think he'll still be weird. He'll still be. Weird.
The craziest part about your set, you have a wife?
Yeah, that.
You did?
That was the most surprising part of the whole thing.
Wow.
Is she here?
When you said you're the wife.
She's not here.
I didn't know that they allow giant 12-year-olds to get married. How old are you?
I shaved last night, okay? Because I heard that if you have a beard, it makes you less trust. People don't trust you as much. No, that's how.
It didn't start in Phoenix?
No, I started in Phoenix.
Oh, where? At
The Comedy Spot was my first show.
And Dan Murr's dead. Huh? Dear.
About that? I hear about that.
Do you know who that was?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I feel like it's spirit maybe, but
That's crazy.
I like his honesty. I like his just.
Oh, I love it.
Why are you licking your lips? That's kind of
It's super creepy!
It's a giant baby wants his pacifier. Come on. Let him lick his fucking baby lips. How old are you?
dry.
Enough with the beard. Sure, we believe you shaved your beard. Whatever, 13-year-old. We get it. You got a beard.
You're
Big baby all grown up.
23.
Another perfect thing about it, like, it's just, this is the guy that we need to be seeing around here more often. Like, this is a stand-up comic, ladies and gentlemen. He's a little weird. There's nothing else he can do. He's not trying to do it for any other reason. Do you have another job?
I do.
What do you do?
Video store.
I didn't work at a video store, but I work in a lab.
Thank you.
I work in a lab.
You work in a lab?
Yes, I do. Lab. Pathology. Super boring. So boring. Sold my soul because I need money.
What do you do in a lab?
I'm a PA, so I open specimens, dissect people's gallbladders and shit.
That's great stuff, though.
Yes!
But
It gets better and fucking better for this guy. I'm telling you, Pat, do you see what I'm talking about? Does it make any sense to anybody else here? Like, this is not, he's not handsome. He's not well put together. He's goofy as all shit, and he works in a fucking lab.
like a young Bill Murray.
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, do you have an agent or a manager?
No. Well, you do now, kid. Welcome to show business.
Hollywood, see? You will in no time. Good luck to you. Keep doing. How many spots are you doing a week?
Shit, not many, to be honest. When I first started, I did a lot, and then work. What the fuck was that?
We have a little clip of William Larkin's stand-up special. There it is. William Larkin's a giant baby.
How did you get that? That sounds just like me.
Yeah. How long have you been married for?
Less than a year.
Where's the ring?
I don't wear it.
Oh, more material, everybody. Here we go. Why don't you wear it?
Because it's uncomfortable.
You like to?
I'm not getting any side action.
Really, chicks?
Huh? No.
Does your wife wear her ring?
She wears it every day. Yeah.
What does she do?
She's the school teacher that started fucking him and made him marry her.
I wish.
I'm still convinced he's 12.
What does your wife do?
She's a CNA. She works with kids with cancer. So.
Ladies, look at you two, just a couple fucking heroes, huh?
Yeah.
Does she look like a big baby too? You guys
shot me in the face.
You guys go to sleep together, put each other in the crib, and fucking.
Did you just say your wife has a moon face?
No. I didn't
shove
say
me in the face.
No.
She's a shovelhead. What'd you say? You said she's
beautiful. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Wow.
I love you, honey.
Is she watching the stream right now? Is she on
YouTube.com?
I went on Periscope, man.
Are you from LA? Where are you from?
Phoenix.
Oh yeah, Arizona. And how long have you been here? A year?
No, I am just here on vacation.
Wow.
Yeah, my wife's going to go see Ed Sheeran, and I was like, fucking Comedy Store. That's right where the Comedy Store is. So I had to come down.
Yeah, there you go. That's another night in the life of William Larkin, everybody.
But that's another reason why you like him. William Larkin, ladies and gentlemen. Let him hear it.
Fully endorsed.
Came to LA.
They said it couldn't be done.
His wife's at a fucking concert, and he came here.
That's right.
Bye, baby.
William Larkin. I don't think he's married. I don't think he's 23.
Everything was all right.
I'll allow it. I won't question it. Sure, I shaved my beard yesterday. All right. I don't think he has pubes yet, nonetheless a beard. I've seen this guy before. We know him. We love him. One of our favorites here. Put your hands together for Tam Fam, everybody. There he is.
Hypothetically speaking, if I were to hang myself, I'm gonna do it while masturbating, which would make it autoerotic asphyxiation. It's just very appealing to me because I want to make sure that I die doing what I love, embarrassing my parents. My relationship, especially with my dad, isn't great or existent. But he is still my old man. So my life's dream, the only thing on my bucket list, is to make enough money that I could afford to put my dad into a really nice retirement home. And then don't live in a shitty one anyway.
Boom! Tam Fam does it again. Fuck yeah. Look at him catching his breath after another new 60 seconds of pure fucking assassination.
Wearing an adult shirt.
Yeah, every time, let me update you.
Yeah.
Every time he's been on this show, 5-6 times I feel like he's crushed. And he always wears a shirt that says @TamFamComedy on it. He has his Twitter handle on his shirt.
No.
So the people that saw him for the first time not wearing that shirt tonight, I could tell who in the crowd's seen him and who hasn't. Because everybody went sort of crazy because everybody's been telling him to stop wearing that fucking shirt.
All right, I understand at a certain point you have to become like a marketing person to do stand-up comedy. You need to fucking do Twitter and all that shit, but don't let it overwhelm and distract you from what the real mission at hand is, and that's doing as many spots as you possibly fucking can, and all this other shit, and your Twitter handle. I took my Twitter off my phone. I fucking hate it, and I know I'm talking to, Brian, you have fucking Periscope on, you tweet nonstop, but it's fine for some people. Stand-up comic, just do that, right material. You're doing a very good job. I think all that shit in the self-promotion promotion is just fucking do sets and shut the fuck up about it. I can't. And
but having said, I thought you were funny.
Yeah, he's very funny. That's what
I think that you people were laughing the minute he walked up on stage.
But that stupid shirt that you wore with the Twitter handle makes you seem like you're just some.
I love it. He's not wearing the shirt. He's still getting roasted for wearing the shirt. He finally changes it.
No, but you get that? Why you can't? You got to burn all those fucking shirts. Like you can't. No.
But you also have to find a shirt that fits you. So. You don't have to wear that shirt, but just wear the child's shirt.
Is the Tam fan shirt underneath that shirt?
Wait, really? Is it? Unbutton some buttons there, Tam fam. You gotta be fucking kidding me. It's not there. Wow,
great. I like it. A button like that, awesome.
Tam, how long have you lost the shirt for? When did you lose the shirt? Just for tonight, or?
Once it started getting over 90 degrees every day.
Wait, that was a t-shirt. Now you're wearing more clothes.
Right.
Yeah. You're wearing 2 layers.
Started sweating, so I lost the t-shirt and put on this winter coat. Fuck yeah.
Was it a sweater or what was it?
Yeah, just a t-shirt. Tam, can you make it to the Ice House Friday? I'd like to get you on the desk watch.
Wow. Fuck yeah. Somebody just turned the Ice House into the Rice. If you know what I'm saying, because he's Asian as fuck, everybody. That's a lot smarter than you just gave it credit for. You should have laughed harder at that. Now I'm judging you. Tam, you got that shirt. Obviously, it's not your size. It was left at your parents' dry cleaners, and you just grabbed it. When did you stop? So it's been in the past couple weeks. Have you noticed a difference between the level of laughs that you're getting not wearing this shirt compared to wearing this shirt? Have you noticed any change at all? Have you been paying attention?
No, I can't tell.
How about the Twitter followers? Have they dropped tremendously? It doesn't matter, does it? And you just fucking. So again, people are going to take you more seriously. I mean, again, maybe in a better shirt, but not. In a shirt that doesn't have your Twitter handle on it, just keep doing stand-up comedy. So, what? Any questions for us?
Can I ask you about the last Airbender?
No, Tam, get the fuck out of here!
Wow, Tam Bam went for it.
He was, I didn't. Here's the thing, it's like, fuck you, Tam. Being a brown person, I didn't. Can I just say, being a brown person, I didn't want to lean into the whole, sort of Asian stereotype thing, and then he asked me that fucking question. And now I'm like, the Asian guy asked me about the last Airbender. That's
unbelievable.
What do you want to know about it?
Man, I can't believe he went for it.
Yeah.
I really did.
Policy move.
Yeah.
He really threw you under the top of the train on that one. You fuckers. All right.
Tam fan comedy.
Tam fan comedy, everybody. See him at the Ice House on Friday. Excited about that. Every once in a while, Brian goes in an extra spot. This looks like another new name. Christine Bennett, everybody. Here we go.
She was lined up. She was ready to go.
Hello.
Hey.
So I went on this blind date the other night and everything was going really great and all.
And I think I had a little bit too much to drink, so he offered to drive me home. And then I realized really quickly that he was actually blind. So, thank you guys. That was a nice laugh. What else? Do we know why men get into relationships these days and move in with their girlfriend? Anybody? Anybody got an idea? Because the houses don't clean themselves, and sandwiches don't prepare themselves either. Hashtag feminism. And yeah, that's all I got. Sorry.
I'm gonna stop you right here.
You're the good cop!
Sorry, I know I'm the good cop.
I'm sorry.
I'm doing you a favor. I'm doing you a
Say
favor.
my time.
No, don't do this.
She has a minute!
You have been stopped at 42 seconds. Another person killed Tony history. I love this. I absolutely love this. I'm like, wow, this is going to be like, you know, a real, very extremely structured episode of Kill Tony with the two Daily Show correspondents on it. And instead, we've lost just every.
I know.
Broken it down, and I fucking love it. I couldn't be any happier about it. Christine, if you were to do it, and I'm going to I'm going to stand strong with my panel here and continue the stoppage. But I will do this.
What was your next joke
What
about?
would you have done if you had 20 more seconds? What would you have talked
Just talk us through it.
Well,
Right,
okay,
right.
let me back up.
You only had 20 seconds left, so what were you going to close it out with before Asif so rudely stopped you?
You know, I don't even know. I kind of blanked up here. I really think I was going to get called. I know everybody says that. But I really wasn't expecting it.
How did you match that sound effect with that moment? That was incredible. It's like we literally heard her brain just explode inside of her skull. That was incredible. Holy fucking shit. Christine, oh God. How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 months.
Really? How many times have you gone on stage?
4.
Is it something you've always wanted to do?
No. I came here to be an actor. And Yeah.
Fuck yeah. So you came here to be an actor. What happened? How long have you been in LA?
3 months.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
How's it going? Did you act anywhere else?
Well, I'd been taking classes in Austin for about 9 years. And then, I was in like a few things, and then, apparently I had really great hands, so I became a hand model. And then I realized my career was going nowhere, so it was time to make a move. And then I'm bombing on stage. It's great.
No, it's okay. You have to do that. But I just don't see why you actors don't just fucking act.
Well, because let me explain something to you. It's hard.
I can understand why an actor might get up on stage and explore being a stand-up in some ways and tell jokes and try to figure out how to, you know. I mean, you act, right?
I enjoy it.
You enjoy it. I just think that that wasn't funny. That's all. It wasn't. I mean, I think that it's just a case of.
He's being polite. It was horribly unfunny. It was some of the worst stand-up I've ever seen in my entire life. But
thanks.
The good news is,
yes, there is a positive side to all of this. Is that you should just do what you came out here to do. Again, you're getting distracted from the mission at hand, which is you should be an actress. If you want to be an actress, you spent 9 years working in Austin, being a fucking actress, and you came out here to do it on a professional level, and there's no way you should be deterred by that. And for you to sidestep and jump into what you think people want you to do or some way to get noticed is not the way to do it. You should just work your ass off in becoming an actress. And that's it.
I have a better job for you, actually, than even acting. Ready for this?
Okay.
You're ambient now.
What?
You are ambient.
Oh, that's me.
What the fuck just happened in this film?
Because you just tried to. You gave a very heartfelt.
Heartfelt.
Are you ticklish?
Okay, Ryan, you just had to do it, didn't you? But I get the feeling that this extra 20 seconds that you would have had to have done, I feel like maybe you would have turned everything around. Are you sure you don't remember?
Do you really think that?
No, but I'd love to see it go even worse. It's like watching a GIF of a train wreck right now. I love it.
You've only been on stage 4 times. I mean, so even if you want to really try to do comedy, you have to make sure you have jokes. Because that first joke, I didn't understand what the point or the idea was.
Can you do the first joke again?
No, I don't want to
just say it.
No, I don't want to do it again.
But the good news is that when you're acting from now on, you'll always be able to reference this moment when you're trying to cry. It's always, and if you ever forget, just watch the video of this. It's going to be out to hundreds of thousands of people.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks.
It'll remind you.
But you don't seem very nervous. You seem like you're
I'm not really nervous.
sort
I'm
of
just disappointed.
All right.
Drink
Well,
scratch.
you couldn't expect to do well, considering the circumstances.
This
So
is
I don't.
Fourth time on stage, you almost did better than the guy that's been doing it 13 years.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
what are these O's, by the way? You guys can fucking stop with that shit. You want to go O? Go down to the Laugh Factory.
Who was it?
Go watch some good old fucking Christian comedy. Pieces of shit. Who owed me? How the fuck did you guys get in here? No more owing. You either laugh or you don't.
And if you're a fucking commercial actor trying to get noticed, walk out of this room now.
Yeah.
Want any more fucking of you fuckers up here?
I feel so bad for the people that are commercial actors and still have their names in the bucket.
Can't leave. No, I mean, look, if you really want to be a comic, you don't want to do acting anymore. You can't do it. You just have to work at it. You have to write jokes. And you have to really, listen to yourself. Record every set that you do. Listen back at it. And be, sober and go,
I don't know. I just feel like my taste is a little, okay, most of the jokes I have are a little too dirty to be doing up here.
This is